the monk who walked with Buddha. The night his old life began to disappear, he saw a man walking as if nothing in the world could disturb his peace. On a night made for quiet listening, we follow the life of a humble monk whose greatest journey was not across forests, villages, and dusty roads, but through fear, longing, doubt, and awakening. Through his footsteps beside the Buddha. The story opens a tender human view of discipleship, how an ordinary heart learns to soften, endure, and finally rest in truth. Before he was known as a monk, before robes and vows and the slow discipline of the path, he was simply a young man carrying more sorrow than he knew how to name. He lived in a world full of voices, teachings, trade, arguments, rituals, and ambition. Yet deep within him there remained a silence that hurt. It was in that inward ache, on a night when the world seemed to pause just long enough for him to notice it, that everything began to change. If you find this useful, subscribe to the channel, like this video, and leave a comment. Northern India in those days was alive with movement. Dust rose from cartwheels in the market roads. Merchants called out from shaded stalls. Children ran beside oxen. Priests recited verses from memory. Travelers brought rumors from far kingdoms, and wandering seekers moved from village to village, asking questions no one could fully answer. There were forests where hermits sat in stillness, and crowded towns where men argued over truth while barely listening to one another. The old ways still held people in their careful patterns, yet something restless was passing through the land. Many could feel it, though few could explain it. It was as if countless hearts had grown tired of repeating the same inherited gestures while remaining inwardly afraid. Among those hearts was the young man whose life we now enter. He was not born remarkable. No signs in the sky announced him. No one looked at him in childhood and whispered that destiny had placed a holy mark upon him. He was gentle by nature, attentive to suffering, easily moved by the sadness of others, and perhaps because of this, he learned early how difficult the world could be. What some men could ignore, he felt deeply. A harsh word stayed with him. A funeral procession left him shaken for days. The sight of old age bent his thoughts toward questions no celebration could silence. He did what many sincere young men did. He tried to become worthy, disciplined, useful, and calm. But the harder he tried to steady himself, the more he discovered another current beneath his efforts, a fear he could not outreason. It was the fear of losing what he loved before he had even learned how to hold it. The fear of becoming insignificant in a world that forgot people quickly. The fear that no matter how many teachings he heard, no matter how carefully he behaved, his heart would remain divided against itself. He wanted peace, but he did not know whether peace was something one earned, something one found, or something that belonged only to rare and luminous beings beyond ordinary reach. By day he moved through the life expected of him. He listened to elders. He worked when work was needed. He observed the customs that shaped his family and town. But inwardly he was already wandering. When he saw grief in others, it stirred his own. When he saw joy, he noticed how quickly it passed. When someone spoke with certainty about the gods, the soul, the afterlife, duty, reward, or punishment, he listened with respect. Yet something in him remained unconvinced. It was not rebellion, it was hunger. A very quiet, very human hunger for something that could be trusted all the way down. At times he sought answers among teachers whose words were elegant but cold. At other times he found men who praised harsh discipline, as if pain itself were wisdom. Some urged ritual, some urged denial, some urged faith without inquiry, others urged inquiry without tenderness. He came away from these encounters more tired than before, not because the teachers were all false, but because he could feel that knowledge borrowed from another mouth could not settle the storm within him. He needed to meet someone whose peace was not performed. That need grew sharper after loss touched his life more closely. Perhaps it was a death in the family, perhaps the wasting illness of someone beloved, perhaps simply the accumulation of many small partings that taught him the same lesson over and over. Everything changes, and nothing in his hands, however tightly he held it, would remain. If you find this useful, subscribe to the channel, like this video, and leave a comment. He learned this first in ordinary ways. A clay cup slipped and shattered on a courtyard stone. A childhood friend left with a caravan and did not return for many seasons. The smell of rain came suddenly over dry earth, filling the heart with sweetness, and then was gone before one could even name the feeling it stirred. In the market, a mother laughed while bargaining for lentils. Then by evening sat silent beside a feverish child. A merchant who boasted in the morning was humbled by dusk. An old ox that had pulled faithfully for years lay down one afternoon and never rose again. Nothing announced itself as permanent. Nothing signed a promise. For some people, this truth passed through them lightly. They accepted it, complained of it, worked around it, distracted themselves from it. But for him, impermanence did not remain an idea. It entered his chest like a persistent ache. He could not look away from it. Every changing face, every fading season, every funeral fire by the river seemed to ask the same question in a different voice. If all things slip, where can the heart rest? He did not ask that question aloud very often. In those days, northern India was full of voices already. The roads carried traders, nobles, farmers, laborers, musicians, ascetics clothed in bark, philosophers eager for debate, and holy men whose followers repeated every word as if repeating made it true. Towns swelled with argument. Under banyan shade and in monastery courtyards, people disputed the highest good, the purest sacrifice, the surest road beyond suffering. Some said liberation belonged to lineage, some said to austerity, some said to learning, some to ecstatic devotion. Everywhere there were claims, everywhere there was certainty. Yet behind the noise, one felt another current moving through the land. Weariness. A hidden weariness in those who had heard many answers and were still afraid of the night. He belonged to that hidden weariness. By then he was still young, but not untouched by the world. Sensitive people often age in secret. They carry more than they appear to carry. A harsh word lingers in them. Another person's sorrow does not stop at the ear, but travels inward and makes a home there. He was such a one. Sincere by nature, gentle with animals, respectful with elders, not given to cruelty, not drawn to pride. And yet he did not know how to steady his own mind. He could feel tenderness rising in him one moment, then fear the next. He could sit alone at dawn and sense a deep love for life, then by midday be shaken by doubt, so sharp it left him restless and ashamed. Sometimes he feared there was weakness in him that other men did not have. Why did small losses strike him so deeply? Why did he seem unable to accept the world as it was and simply continue? Others married, traded, inherited, planned. Others grieved and then resumed their duties. He too fulfilled what was asked of him. But inwardly he remained divided. One part of him wanted to belong to the warm pattern of ordinary life. Family, labor, companionship, the small consolations of routine. Another part stood apart, listening for something more enduring than success or comfort. He did not despise the world. He longed to love it without being broken by its passing. It was on such a night, when his old life had already begun to loosen, though he had not yet named it, that he first saw the Buddha. The evening had settled softly, neither festive nor ominous. Dust from the day still rested on the road. Lamps were being lit in houses and inns. Somewhere a child cried and was hushed. Somewhere someone laughed over a late meal. Dogs barked and then grew quiet again. In the distance, the last color of sunset withdrew from the edge of the sky, leaving the earth in that tender hour when forms are still visible, but seem to belong less to themselves. He had gone walking because he could not bear his own thoughts indoors. This had become a habit with him. When the pressure in his chest rose too high, he walked. Along field paths, beside wells, through the outskirts of town where the noise thinned, and the wind carried the smell of grass and smoke together. That night he walked without destination, only with the hope that motion might untangle what stillness could not. Then he noticed a small group moving along the road. There was nothing theatrical in their coming. No banner, no proclamation, no display of power. They walked as travelers walk. Yet something in the arrangement of that quiet company drew his attention at once. The men around the central figure seemed settled, as if their steps had found a rhythm beyond hurry. And the one in the middle, he could not have said why, not then, appeared to move within a kind of stillness that did not break even as he walked. The young seeker stopped. He had seen respected teachers before. He had seen men who carried themselves with authority, men whose followers formed circles around them, men whose eyes flashed with intensity or calculation. This was not like that. The peace of this man did not press outward. It did not demand recognition. It rested. It was simply there, as natural as moonlight touching water. When the figure came nearer, the young man's first thought was not admiration but relief. A strange word, perhaps, for a first meeting. But relief was what his body felt before his mind could explain it. As though, after years of bracing against visible and invisible storms, some part of him recognized a climate in which it did not need to defend itself. The face before him was calm but not distant, bright but not severe. There was age in it, and also youth of another kind, the youth of one no longer burdened by self-making. He did not look like someone performing holiness. He looked like someone who had put something down. And then the Buddha looked at him. It was only a glance, and yet it was more intimate than many conversations, not invasive, not piercing in the way proud men pierce, wanting to uncover, classify, or dominate. This gaze carried no hunger. It did not search for flaws to correct or virtues to praise. It simply met him, fully, quietly, as if the confusion, grief, tenderness, and fear within him had all been seen at once, and none of it made him unworthy of kindness. He felt, for one unguarded moment, that he had no need to pretend. That sensation was so unfamiliar it almost frightened him. Most of life had taught him to arrange himself before others, to be dutiful, composed, agreeable, capable, respectful. Even with spiritual teachers he had felt, subtly, that he must prove his seriousness, display his discipline, conceal his uncertainty. But standing at the roadside in the fading light, under the gaze of this wandering sage, he experienced another possibility. That truth did not begin in performance, but in being honestly present. He bowed before he had fully decided to do so. No thunder sounded, no vision broke open in the sky. The road remained a road. Evening remained evening. Yet inwardly a threshold had been crossed. He could sense it without understanding it. The peace he saw in this man awakened not only longing but also a difficult question, one that would follow him from that night onward. Was it enough to stand at a distance and revere such peace, or must one learn, step by step, how to walk beside it? That question unsettled him because admiration is easy in comparison. To admire wisdom from afar asks little of the self. One can kneel, praise, listen, and return unchanged. But to walk beside wisdom, truly beside it, might require the surrender of cherished fears, the exposure of hidden attachments, the patience to be remade slowly rather than dazzled all at once. He did not yet know whether he was ready. He only knew that as the Blessed One passed, the old hunger in him changed shape. It was no longer merely hunger for answers. It became a longing to follow the source of that unshaken presence and discover whether peace, such as this, could live not only in a great awakened being, but one day, however faintly, in a trembling human heart like his own. So he remained there a moment longer in the gathering dark, watching the small company continue down the road, and for the first time in many years, he felt that the next step of his life was waiting for him to choose it. For a long while after the Buddha and the monks had vanished into the deepening dusk, He did not move. The road before him seemed no different than it had an hour earlier, and yet nothing in him was arranged as it had been. The evening sounds returned one by one, the scrape of sandals, the creak of carts, the low speech of people returning home, but they reached him as if from a great distance. He felt as though some quiet hand had touched the center of his chest and left there a question too large to ignore. At last he turned back toward the house where he had slept since childhood, where every doorway knew the shape of his passing and every familiar object carried the weight of long use. A clay bowl, a folded mat, a water jar by the wall. The place had not betrayed him. It had sheltered him through years of uncertainty, through grief and ordinary days alike. Yet that night, as he crossed the threshold, he felt the strange sorrow of one who has already begun to depart, while his body still remains. The next morning he rose before dawn, as he always had. His hands found the tasks they knew. He swept the courtyard, he washed, he helped prepare food, he answered when spoken to. He did not announce that anything had changed, for he scarcely understood it himself. But inside, each movement seemed to ask him whether he was still the same man who had performed it yesterday. The rhythm of habit continued, but the life that once flowed through it had thinned. It was not contempt he felt for ordinary things. The sound of rice being poured into a pot, the sight of light widening along a wall, the tender irritation of family voices waking into the day. None of this became ugly to him. If anything, it grew more precious. He noticed details he had never fully seen, as if the nearness of loss had sharpened his love. His mother's hands, marked by years of labor, the pause his father made before sitting down, that small sign of age entering the body, the way smoke curled from the cooking fire and disappeared into morning air. These were not trivial things. They were the fabric of a life, and because they were real, leaving them would not be easy. Yet beneath their beauty, he sensed a hollowness that would not leave him. It was not the hollowness of boredom, nor the restless craving that had sent him searching from teacher to teacher, from hope to disappointment. It was more intimate than that. He had looked, however briefly, upon a human being in whom fear did not seem to rule, and now he could not pretend that such freedom was impossible. Once a door is seen, even from afar, the wall that held it cannot wholly persuade the heart again. The days that followed became strangely divided. Outwardly, he remained dutiful. Inwardly, he walked the road again and again, replaying the sight of the Buddha's face, the measured pace of the monks, the ease with which silence seemed to gather around them. He remembered not a sermon of dazzling complexity, but a presence. It unsettled him because it did not argue. It simply was. And beside that simple fact, many of the stories by which he had guided himself began to loosen. He tried at first to reason with himself. Surely such feelings would pass. Surely a man could admire holiness without abandoning his life. Was there not good to be done at home? Were there not obligations enough to justify remaining where he was? Others had married, cared for parents, raised children, planted fields, negotiated prices in the market, buried their dead, and gone on. Why should he imagine himself called to something different? Perhaps this longing was only youth in a finer garment, restlessness painted with noble colors. But each attempt to diminish what he had felt left him more tired than before. He discovered, with a kind of inward embarrassment, that he no longer feared hardship as much as he feared returning unchanged. To continue as though the meeting had meant little would be a falsehood too heavy to carry. Even laughter felt altered. He could smile, speak kindly, even enjoy a shared meal, and still somewhere underneath there remained the ache of a truth not yet obeyed. There were moments when the cost of following that truth rose before him so vividly that his courage nearly failed. He imagined his mother hearing that he wished to leave. He imagined the stillness in his father's face, the silence that often came when pain was too large for immediate speech. He thought of childhood memories not as distant scenes, but as living threads still tying him to this household, being led by the hand through monsoon mud, falling ill and waking to a cool cloth laid across his brow. Evenings of stories told by dim light when the world beyond the walls seemed wide and frightening, and home was enough to answer it. To step away from such things felt, at times, almost like ingratitude. The path of renunciation can sound noble when spoken of in the abstract. In the heart, it often feels less like glory than like breaking. He did not wish to wound those who had loved him, nor was he free from the quieter attachments that hide beneath duty. There was comfort in being known by name, in having a place where others expected him, in being the person he had always been in their eyes. To leave family is not only to leave people, it is also to leave the self that took shape in their presence. And so he lingered in uncertainty. For several days he said nothing. He carried water, he mended what needed mending. He listened to the concerns of the house, yet the silence within him deepened until it became impossible to mistake. At night he lay awake to darkness, feeling both drawn and torn. If he stayed, something essential in him might wither. If he left, something tender in him would grieve for a long time. He began to understand that every true beginning asks for a form of loss. One does not cross into a new life carrying every familiar shelter intact. When at last he spoke, it was not with the voice of a hero announcing a destiny. It was the voice of a son who feared causing pain. He chose a quiet hour. The day's work had softened. Shadows had lengthened. He sat before his parents and struggled for words that would not sound like rejection. He told them of the teacher he had met. He spoke, haltingly, of the peace he had seen there, of the unrest that had grown in him since, of the sense that if he turned away now, he would spend years betraying something sacred in his own heart. He did not say that home was insufficient. He did not blame the world. He did not pretend that family affection had become dust. In truth, it was because he loved them that speaking hurt so deeply. He bowed his head and confessed that he did not fully understand what awaited him. He knew only that he wished to seek the path under the Blessed One, if he would be accepted. He asked not for praise, but for forgiveness if this choice brought sorrow. The room was very still after that. In such moments, even the smallest sounds become immense. A bird settling on a roof beam, the shifting of cloth, breath entering and leaving the body. He dared not lift his eyes at once. When he finally did, he saw grief there, but not only grief. There was confusion, yes, fear, yes, perhaps even disappointment, but also the difficult dignity of love confronting what it cannot control. His mother wept softly, not as one trying to stop him by force, but as one already tasting absence. His father's face hardened, then trembled, then settled into a weary composure. Questions came, some practical, some helpless. Was this certain? Had he thought enough? Was he fleeing burdens that belonged to him? What life would he have, with no possessions, no income, no household, no guarantee of safety? He listened to each question, because each sprang from care. And to each, only honesty. No, he was not certain of himself. Yes, he had thought long. Yes, he was afraid. Yes, he knew that the road ahead would strip him of much he had relied upon. Still, he had to go. In the days before his departure, the house grew tender in a new way. No one said much more than necessary. Sometimes love becomes quiet, when words can no longer mend what is changing. He noticed his mother lingering over simple acts, preparing food he liked without saying why. He noticed his father showing him practical things he had shown him many times before, as though repeating them might delay the irreversible. A strap repaired, a tool stored properly, a reminder about weather, about strangers, about the body's weakness when pride refuses rest. Such counsel was the language through which a father kept loving a son he could not keep. Those final mornings were filled with an almost unbearable clarity. The sunlight entering the doorway seemed brighter. The worn floor beneath his feet seemed more intimate than ever. Even the imperfections of the household became dear to him. He was not leaving because he had ceased to belong here. He was leaving because another belonging had begun to call him more deeply than familiarity could answer. When he finally sought out the community of monks, he did so with reverence and a trembling humility that surprised him. The image others might later hold, a man choosing the holy life with calm certainty, was not the truth of that hour. He approached with dust on his feet and doubt still moving in his chest. Standing before those who had already renounced far more than he had, he felt the full smallness of his own attainments. What had he mastered? Very little. What purity had he gained? None worth boasting of. His mind was still crowded, his heart still vulnerable to fear, longing, vanity, regret. And beneath all these doubts was one that pierced more deeply than the rest. Was he worthy to ask? To follow the Buddha was no small wish. It was not like joining a caravan or entering a trade. It was to place one's unfinished life in the direction of awakening. He feared his motives might be mixed. His strength too fragile, his resolve too romantic to survive the plain discipline of daily practice. But perhaps humility is born exactly there, where one sees clearly that one does not arrive adorned with merit, only with sincerity and need. So when he made his request to be admitted into the Sangha, it came without demand. He bowed, he spoke simply. If the path was open to one such as he wished to walk it. If not, he would accept that too. There was relief in this honesty. For the first time in many days, he did not have to pretend certainty he did not possess. The ordination itself was not grand. No trumpet of inner victory sounded. No great revelations swept through him in shining waves. Instead, there was simplicity so bare that it almost startled him. Hair, which he had worn all his life without thinking, was shaved away. With each pass, something familiar fell. Not sin exactly, not memory, not attachment itself, but the visible signs by which he had unconsciously recognized his former self. To watch those strands drop to the ground was to feel the quiet truth that change is often made of small, irreversible gestures. Then came the robe, plain and unadorned. Its roughness against his skin made him aware of the many soft assumptions he had lived within without noticing. The robe did not flatter, it did not distinguish him. It covered him while removing many of the ways he had once been seen. In that simplicity there was no applause, only exposure. A strange inner nakedness arose, as if the ordinary coverings of personality had been loosened, and he could no longer hide so easily inside them. The bowl placed in his hands was light, but it seemed to carry a serious meaning. To live with so little, to depend on generosity, to eat what was offered, to own almost nothing and defend even less. Such things can sound serene from a distance. Up close, they ask the heart to surrender old bargains with security. He felt both cleansed and vulnerable, diminished and relieved. The world had not become easier in a single afternoon. It had become more truthful. When the formal words were spoken and he entered the life of a monk, he did not feel that he had climbed upward into specialness. If anything, he felt lower, simpler, nearer to the ground. Triumph belongs to the self that wants to enlarge itself through holy things. What touched him then was not triumph, but release mixed with grief. He had not won a new identity. He had laid one down, though not without trembling, and yet within that trembling a gentleness appeared. Nothing external around him was luxurious, nothing promised immediate peace. His parents were still far from his side. His old name, his old place in the household, the habits that had once defined his days, all these had receded. But for one quiet moment, he sensed that surrender itself could be a kind of shelter. Not the shelter of walls, but of honesty. He had ceased arguing with the direction of his own heart. Still, leaving the outer world did not leave him empty in the way he had imagined. The village lay behind him, but memory did not. Family voices still rose within him. The wish to be praised had not vanished with his hair. Fear had not been shaved away. Regret had not been folded neatly outside the robe. He had stepped out of one life, yes, but he had brought into the monastic silence an entire unseen world of longing, habit, tenderness, and unrest. And so, having left the familiar shore, he discovered that the first wilderness was not the road ahead, but the mind that traveled with him. What he had not yet understood was this: silence is not quiet when one first enters it. In the monastery, the days were simple enough to describe. Before dawn, while the sky was still dark and the world had not fully remembered itself, the monks rose. Robes were folded and wrapped with practiced care. Water was used sparingly. Movements were small, deliberate, almost tender in their restraint. No one hurried, and yet nothing was delayed. A bell might sound softly, or sometimes there was only the faint rustle of cloth, the scrape of a bowl being lifted, the sound of bare feet meeting cool earth. The young monk learned quickly that this life was measured not by impulse but by rhythm. There was the morning chanting, steady as breathing. There was the alms round through villages still washed in early light, each monk carrying his bowl, eyes lowered, not begging in the ordinary sense, but receiving what was offered: a spoonful of rice, a ladle of broth, a handful of greens, sometimes fruit, sometimes almost nothing, to walk for food without choosing, without asking, without complaint. This too was part of the training. Hunger would come, and hunger would pass. Preference would arise, and preference would pass. A householder might smile with devotion, another might place food in the bowl distractedly, another might look away altogether. The bowl did not judge. The monk was being asked to learn the same stillness. The meal, when it came, was plain. There was no lingering over taste, no indulgence in dislike: rice that was too dry, vegetables too bitter, broth too thin. Elder monks ate with a composure that both comforted and unsettled him. Their hands moved without fuss. Their faces remained quiet, not vacant, but free from bargaining. It seemed to him that they had somehow made peace with enough. He meanwhile discovered how noisy want could be. Even after he had taken vows of simplicity, a part of him still leaned toward pleasure and recoiled from discomfort with astonishing speed. He noticed how quickly the mind turned food into memory, into desire, desire into disappointment. Then there were the hours of work and walking, of washing bowls, mending cloth, sweeping leaves that would only fall again. Shared silence covered these tasks like clear water. It was not the silence of coldness, it carried attention. One monk passed another a bundle of kindling without a word, and the exchange felt complete. A novice bowed and received correction with lowered eyes. Somewhere a bird called from the trees. Somewhere wind moved along the eaves. The whole life appeared simple from the outside, almost impossibly so, and for that reason he had expected relief. Instead, what he encountered was exposure. When his body was occupied, he could sometimes forget himself. But when he sat to meditate, truly sat, with no task to soften the edges of his inward life, he entered a place far less peaceful than he had hoped. At first, he thought he was failing at the basic instruction. He tried to follow the breath, as he had been taught. He tried to remain with the rising and falling, the coolness at the nostrils, the subtle movement within the chest. For one moment there would be contact, and then the mind would leap away as if stung. It ran to old conversations and unfinished arguments. It ran to his family and to the look on his mother's face the day he left. It ran to old humiliations he had not remembered in years, and somehow, in the stillness, they arrived sharpened rather than faded. A word once spoken to him in anger returned with such force that his whole body tightened around it. The memory of some small act of selfishness, something he might once have laughed off, now came back bearing shame. There were desires he had thought were beneath notice. There were resentments he had not admitted even to himself. There were fears with no clear object, only a cold pressure in the chest. and the feeling that if he stopped moving entirely, something unbearable would overtake him. He had imagined that leaving behind the world would make him purer. What he found was that the world had left traces everywhere within him. The mind, when no longer distracted by constant choosing and speaking and striving, seemed to gather all it had hidden and place it before him. He saw not only longing for comfort or praise, but stranger things too. Sudden flashes of anger toward men who had never harmed him, irrational envy of those who seemed more serene, a childish wish to be noticed by the teacher, a secret hope that his struggle would eventually make him exceptional. Even his wish to awaken had within it threads of vanity and fear. He did not merely want freedom from suffering. He wanted to become someone who was beyond ordinary weakness. This discovery pained him more than hunger. At times he would sit among the others in the hall and feel as though his robe were disguising a storm. The elder monks seemed untroubled. Their backs were upright, their breathing easy, their presence gathered and quiet. Even when they moved as though they were not being dragged by hidden currents. He watched them and felt both reverence and despair. Perhaps, he thought, they had simply been born with gentler minds. Perhaps they carried less regret. Perhaps they had not spent years tangled in desire, pride, and confusion. Or perhaps they had been tested and passed through some gate he could not yet even see. The more he compared himself, the smaller he felt. A dangerous thought began to visit him in whispers. Maybe he was not meant for this life. It did not come dramatically. It came while sweeping, while rinsing his bowl, while standing under a tree after the meal. He would look at the calm faces around him and feel his own inward restlessness like a stain. Others seemed to inhabit silence. He merely endured it. Others seemed to soften beneath discipline. He became raw. There were moments when the robe itself felt too honest, as if by wearing it he was making a promise his heart could not yet fulfill. He did not speak of this often. Shame thrives in secrecy, but it also deepens there. A novice does not easily confess that meditation has made him less peaceful, not more. He had come seeking release, and instead found an increase in pain. Yet this pain was not new pain. It was old pain losing the cover of distraction. Sometimes in the middle of meditation he wanted to stand up and flee. His knees hurt. His back burned, but more than bodily discomfort, it was the nearness of his own mind that frightened him. He saw how quickly thought became identity. A memory would arise, and at once he was no longer sitting in a hall beneath the morning light. He was back in a childhood room, back in a moment of embarrassment, back in a wound. A fantasy would appear, and his heart would already be chasing it. An anger would surface, and before he knew it, he was building arguments against ghosts. He had thought thoughts were small things. Now he saw that an unguarded thought could shape an entire world. Once, after a difficult sitting, he remained behind as the others rose. He did not intend to ask for guidance, but the Buddha, who had been seated at the front, turned and looked at him with a quiet attention that made concealment impossible. There was nothing piercing in that gaze, nothing invasive. It did not seize him, it simply left no room for pretending. The young monk bowed and after a long hesitation, admitted what he had scarcely admitted to himself. He said that the more he tried to be still, the more troubled he became. He said that when he sat, his mind filled with memories, impulses, and bitterness. He said he was beginning to fear that beneath the robe there was only confusion. He did not ask whether this meant he was unworthy, but the question hung there plainly. The Buddha listened without interruption. When the monk had finished, there was a pause, gentle and unhurried. Then the Buddha spoke in a voice so even that the words did not feel like correction, only light falling where it was needed. He said that when muddy water is stirred, it cannot become clear by being struck. If one beats at it in anger, the mud only rises again. To see the water clearly, one must allow it to settle. And yet settling does not happen through force. It happens through patient stillness, through not adding more violence to what is already disturbed. The monk lowered his eyes. The words entered him slowly. The Buddha told him not to make an enemy of the mind that wanders, the mind that clings and resists. This too must be known, not hated. If shame arises, no shame. If longing arises, no longing. If resentment burns, no resentment. Not as a judge listing faults, but as one who learns the habits of a difficult creature with steadiness and care. To deny what is present is blindness. To attack what is present is another form of blindness. The middle way, even here, was one of honesty without cruelty. The young monk listened as though hearing permission to breathe. He had believed practice meant winning some private war against himself. Every wandering thought felt like defeat. Every surge of memory felt like proof of impurity. But the Buddha's guidance shifted something subtle and immense. He was not being asked to crush the mind into silence. He was being invited to know it, to sit near it as one sits near a frightened animal, without sudden movement, without contempt. To see clearly what arose, what faded, what tightened, what released. To discover that thoughts, however loud, were not commands. Feelings, however fierce, were not permanent homes. This did not bring immediate peace. The next sitting was not suddenly luminous. His mind still wandered, desire still appeared, grief still returned wearing familiar voices. But now, when he noticed he had been carried away, there was sometimes less panic in the noticing. He began, in uncertain moments, to say inwardly, "This is sorrow, this is anger, this is fear. Not my failure, not my final nature, just this, arising now." The naming was soft, almost like placing a hand on the shoulder of a child who had been crying in the dark. He started to see how much suffering was created not only by painful thoughts themselves, but by the recoil that followed them. A memory would arise, and then another thought would condemn him for having remembered. Desire would appear, and then shame would rush in to punish the desire. Fear would visit, and pride would insist that fear should not be there at all. Layer upon layer, the mind multiplied its own burden. Patience did not erase the first wound, but it prevented him from carving it deeper. He also began to look differently at the elder monks. Their calm no longer seemed like proof that they had never struggled. Perhaps this steadiness had been made slowly, through long seasons of meeting the same restless currents, again and again, without surrendering to them or despising them. Perhaps what he was seeing on their faces was not innocence, but intimacy with their own minds. Not perfection, but reconciliation. This thought gave him courage. He walked the alms rounds more attentively now. He noticed how desire rose not only for food, but for approval, for ease, for recognition. He noticed how irritation came when dogs barked too close, or when heat pressed down heavily on the road. He noticed the mind inventing stories from a single glance, a single tone of voice. At first, these observations were humbling. Then, gradually, they became instructive. The path was no longer only in the meditation hall. It was there in the bowl, in the feet, in the waiting, in the contact between eye and form, ear and sound, memory and reaction. Even the shared silence changed for him. Before, it had seemed like a standard he failed to meet. Now it became a field in which things could be seen more clearly. He could feel agitation moving through him, while leaves drifted soundlessly to the ground. He could hear resentment echo in the same morning that birds sang without effort. The contrast no longer mocked him, it taught him. The world did not need his inner weather to change before it offered its lessons. And little by little, as he learned to watch rather than wrestle, another kind of listening opened in him, not only to his own thoughts, but to the road, the changing sky, the cries of villagers, the ache in his legs, the brief joy of cool shade, the way each step revealed the mind anew. He had gone searching for truth in stillness. But now he was beginning to understand that the very path beneath his feet was speaking. As he learned to observe what rose within him, the road itself began to teach. So they walked, and the teaching widened. What had first seemed to him like a path between one resting place and another slowly revealed itself as a living scripture written in dust and light, in the cries of market sellers, in the silence of trees, in the weight of a bowl carried from village to village. The monk began to see that the road was not merely leading them somewhere. The road itself was part of the training. Every mile touched the body, and through the body it touched the mind. Some days they moved beneath tall forest canopies, where the air stayed cool long after sunrise. The earth there was soft with fallen leaves, and the roots of old trees rose through the path like the backs of sleeping animals. Birds called from hidden branches, and monkeys rustled overhead, sending down little showers of twigs. In those green stretches the light came in broken pieces, trembling over shoulders and shaved heads, over robes faded by washing and sun. The monk would hear the soft rhythm of sandaled feet ahead of him, and know, without looking, that the Blessed One was near. On other days the road left the trees and opened into broad country where the heat rose early. Then the land seemed to breathe fire. Dust clung to the hems of their robes. Stones pressed through thin soles. The horizon shimmered as if the whole world were made of wavering water. Sometimes the monk's throat grew dry before the morning was half done, and the strap of his bowl bit against his skin. Sweat gathered at his neck and moved slowly down his back. In those hours, every step seemed to ask a question of him. Can you remain here too, even here, where the body complains and the mind begins to bargain? They crossed narrow river paths, where reeds leaned in the wind and dragonflies hovered like blue-green sparks above the surface. They walked beside irrigation channels that carried silver lines of water through rice fields bright as polished jade. They passed ox carts creaking beneath bundles of straw, children chasing one another barefoot in the dust. Old women bent over washing stones at the edge of streams. Dogs barked as they entered a village and then lost interest. Smoke rose from cooking fires. The smell of rice, lentils, onions, and damp clay moved through the air in gentle waves, and with it came the sudden stirring of hunger. At dawn, when they entered villages for alms, the monk watched the Buddha closely. No movement was hurried. No movement was performed for effect. The Buddha walked with lowered gaze, bowl held steadily, receiving what was given without reaching, without hesitation, without preference. If one household offered only a spoonful of coarse grain, it was received with the same quiet as a generous serving of fragrant rice. If someone apologized for having little, the Buddha's face did not harden with pity or soften with indulgence. It remained open, kind, undisturbed. The monk noticed how this steadiness eased the shame of the poor and the pride of the wealthy alike. There were mornings when villagers gathered eagerly, whispering before the monks even reached the first house. They would bow, smiling with reverence, and children would peek from behind their mothers' robes. But there were other mornings too, when doors remained closed longer than expected, when men glanced over with suspicion, when a household dropped food into the bowls with a distracted hand and turned away before a blessing was spoken. The monk felt these differences sharply. Praise warmed him more than he wished it to. Coldness stung more than he believed it should. Yet when he looked toward the Buddha, he saw no trace of grasping after the one or resisting the other. The same gentle presence moved through both welcome and indifference. This puzzled him at first. He had imagined spiritual mastery as something distant and shining, a state reached beyond the ordinary frictions of the day. But here was the Buddha standing in a muddy lane, while a baby cried somewhere nearby, and a rooster scratched in refuse, receiving a ladle of thin porridge, as if nothing in heaven or earth were outside the field of awakening. There was no divide between sacred hour and common hour. No sign that wisdom needed cleaner ground. As they continued, the monk began to notice the many small ways the Buddha touched the lives around him. A farmer once came limping from a field, one trouser leg dark with blood where a tool had cut him. The man had not approached for a teaching. He had only wanted a blessing before returning home. But the Buddha stopped. He knelt in the dust without concern for his robe and looked carefully at the wound. He asked for water. He asked someone to bring a strip of clean cloth. His voice was calm, practical, unadorned. Only after the bleeding was bound did he speak a few simple words about care, patience, and the body's frailty. The monk remembered this long afterward. The wisdom had not descended like thunder. It had arrived through attention. Another time they met an old woman sitting beside the road with a basket overturned at her feet, mangoes scattered into the dirt. She was distressed not because the fruit had fallen, but because her hands trembled too much to gather it quickly before they bruised in the sun. Before the monk himself had fully understood what was happening, the Buddha had already crouched beside her, lifting one mango after another, brushing each one clean before placing it back in the basket. There was no solemn speech, no display, only an ease in helping, as natural as breathing. The old woman, embarrassed, kept repeating that she did not wish to delay them. The Buddha smiled and said that no step on the path is delayed by kindness. The monk carried those words quietly. He began to see that the Buddha listened more than he spoke, not the listening of waiting for one's turn to answer, but the listening that makes space around another person's suffering. A grieving father once met them near a shrine tree and spoke in broken bursts about a daughter lost to fever. His words wandered, doubled back, dissolved into silence. The monk grew restless inwardly. He wanted the Buddha to offer something clear, something to mend the man's pain. Yet the Buddha did not hurry to close the wound with doctrine. He stood there beneath the moving leaves and listened with his whole still body. When he finally spoke, the words were few. They did not deny grief. They did not explain it away. They simply rested beside it, like a hand laid gently on a shoulder. The father wept then, not with the harshness of resistance, but with the softer sorrow that comes when one no longer has to hold oneself upright. The monk understood something then that no formal discourse had yet shown him. Many people did not need brilliance from the Buddha. They needed unshaken presence. They needed to stand, for a few breaths, inside a field where fear was not being fed. Their own days were not free of difficulty. Sometimes they arrived late at a village and found little food remaining. Sometimes rain broke suddenly over the road and turned the earth to sucking mud. Robes grew heavy. Water ran down their arms and dripped from their brows. At night the monk would lay his head on folded cloth and feel each mile in his bones. There were insect bites that swelled and itched, blisters that opened and stung. Mornings when sleep still clung to him and the bowl felt like a stone. His mind too was changeable. 1 hour peaceful, the next troubled by memory, desire, irritation, or plain dullness. Yet traveling near the Buddha changed the meaning of these things. Hardship did not vanish. It was not blessed away. Hunger was still hunger. Heat was still heat. Fatigue remained fatigue. But the monk began to observe that suffering grew sharper when the mind added refusal to what the body already carried. The Buddha did not seem to waste strength arguing with the weather, the road, the lateness of a meal, or the discomfort of an aching foot. He responded where response was needed. He rested when rest was possible. He continued when continuing was called for. Nothing in his manner suggested passivity. Yet nothing was made heavier by complaint. One afternoon, after hours of walking beneath a sun so fierce that even the insects had gone quiet, the monk found irritation rising in him like fever. His robe stuck to his skin. His legs felt filled with sand. Every sound seemed too sharp. He caught himself thinking that such conditions were unfit for contemplation. unfit for holy life, unfit for anything but endurance. Then they reached a sparse patch of shade cast by a single bent tree near the road. The Buddha stopped there for a moment, not because the place was ideal, but because it was what was available. He stood with one hand resting lightly on his bowl and looked out across the burning fields as if they, too, belonged fully to the peace he carried. Something softened in the monk as he watched him. It came to him, not as a grand realization, but as a plain and almost humbling thought. Calm did not wait for perfect conditions. Calm was not hiding at the far end of comfort, ready to appear only when dust settled, when hunger ended, when everyone spoke kindly, when the body felt strong. Calm could live here, in the middle of thirst, in a cramped foot, in a delayed meal, in uncertainty about where they would sleep. Not because discomfort was pleasant, but because the heart did not have to become the servant of every changing wind. After that, he watched even more carefully. He watched the Buddha rinse his bowl at a stream with the same attention he gave to a question from a king. He watched him step aside to let a herd of goats pass, smiling at the boy who drove them. He watched him greet strangers without either drawing them in or holding them away. He watched him accept a seat on packed earth or under a merchant's awning with equal ease. He watched him pause for a coughing child, for a weary laborer, for an anxious novice. Each gesture seemed small. Taken alone, any of them might have been overlooked. Yet together they formed a teaching more continuous than speech. The monk had once imagined that to walk beside the Buddha would mean gathering rare sayings, receiving hidden knowledge, storing luminous truths in memory like treasure. Instead, he found himself learning from the angle of a head, bowed in thanks, from the patience of waiting while another finished speaking, from the way the Buddha ate without distraction, from the way he sat down fully when sitting and rose fully when rising. Wisdom was not spilling out in special moments alone. It inhabited the ordinary so completely that the ordinary was no longer ordinary. This both comforted and unsettled him. It comforted him because the path no longer seemed far away, sealed behind difficult words or reserved for extraordinary minds. If awakening touched walking, washing, eating, listening, then perhaps it could touch his own rough and unsteady life as well. But it also unsettled him because there was nowhere to hide. If each breath and gesture mattered, then he could not postpone practice until some cleaner future version of himself appeared. The road demanded honesty now. The next step revealed the mind now. The hand receiving alms, the face meeting a stranger, the thought rising in heat or hunger, these too were the place of training. Evening often found them at the edge of a village or beneath a stand of trees where the air cooled and the smell of sun-warmed earth slowly faded into night. The monks would settle quietly. Somewhere nearby, someone chopped wood. Cows lowed from their enclosures. Crickets began their steady music. The sky deepened from gold to violet to a darkness touched by stars in those hours. The monk sometimes reviewed the day not by its distance, but by its moments. A child's laughter, the sting of dust in his eyes, the Buddha's hand binding a wound, the taste of plain rice received with gratitude, a silence shared by the riverbank, the brief uprising of annoyance in himself, and the equally brief chance to see it before becoming it. He did not yet know how to live as the Buddha lived. He was still moved too easily by praise and neglect, still troubled by old cravings, still tangled in hopes about what progress should feel like. But the road was changing his understanding. To walk with the Buddha was not to collect holiness from his presence like a man collecting coins. It was to witness again and again how freedom expressed itself in the smallest actions. It was to see that a liberated mind did not float above the world. It moved through the world gently, precisely, and without confusion. And somewhere within that long succession of days, forest shade, village lanes, river mist, noon heat, aching feet, simple meals, and human sorrow met without turning away, The monk felt the first tender beginnings of trust. Not trust that the road would become easy, not trust that his own mind would suddenly grow pure, but trust that the path was real because it could be walked here, in this breathing life, under this changing sky. Yet admiration alone could not free him, and soon the road would lead him back toward the old wound he had believed. Distance had left behind, stirring as if it had remembered him before he had remembered it. Until then, he had spoken of his former life only in the plainest ways, the way one might point to a river crossed long ago and say only I came from there. He had told no stories of home. He had not offered the faces of those he had loved to the hearing of the other monks. He had said little because silence was easier than truth, and because some griefs seem to sleep better when not awakened by language. But sorrow is patient. It does not vanish because it is not discussed. It waits in the body, in the breath, in the hidden chambers of memory, until some small ordinary thing opens the door. In his life before the robe, there had been a younger sister. She had slight and quick, with a laugh that arrived before her words did. As children, they had run together along the edges of rice fields, while evening birds called overhead. She had followed him with the stubborn devotion younger siblings sometimes carry, insisting on joining games she could barely keep up with, insisting on carrying bundles too large for her narrow shoulders, insisting on smiling even when she had fallen and scraped her knee in the dust. When their mother died, it was the sister who sat beside him in the dark, not speaking, only leaning against him so that grief could be shared without being explained. When their father grew hard and quiet with loss, it was she who kept a little warmth alive in the house. She sang while pounding grain. She laughed at small accidents. She remembered festival days and tied bright thread around the doorway even in years when there was little to celebrate. Then sickness came through the village in the hot season. It took children first, then the old, then whoever had the weakest strength left after tending everyone else. His sister had stayed awake through the nights bringing water, washing cloths, cooling foreheads. By the time her own fever rose, there was almost no medicine left, and no one who had not already worn themselves thin. He still remembered the heat of her skin beneath his hand. He still remembered telling her she would recover because he could not bear to say anything else. He still remembered the strange clarity of the morning she died, the way a shaft of sunlight touched the floor near the mat where she lay, as if the world had made no room in itself for what had happened. For years afterward, he carried a hidden thought that never formed into full speech. I should have saved her. If not saved, then stayed with her more steadily. If not stayed, then suffered in some truer way. Instead, life had continued with all its unkind momentum. Work had to be done. Seasons changed. Neighbors resumed talking of rain, planting, marriages, prices, and later, when the restlessness in him became too great, and he left to seek a life of renunciation, another thought began to trouble him beneath the first. I walked away, and she remained behind among the dead. He had told himself that taking robes, suffering by seeking its end. He had told himself that the path toward awakening was larger than one family, one village, one private ache. Perhaps all this was true, but truth does not stop the heart from making accusations in the night. The grief returned on an evening so ordinary that at first he did not notice the beginning of it. The monks had entered a village before sunset for alms. It was a modest place, ringed by tamarind trees, with cooking fires already beginning to smoke, as women bent over clay stoves and children called to one another in the lane. He stood in silence, bowl in hand, eyes lowered in the manner he had been taught. A man placed rice into his bowl. A woman added a spoonful of lentils. Somewhere behind him, from the courtyard of a nearby house, a young girl laughed. It was not even the same laugh. Not truly. This one was higher, more breathless. But something in its brightness pierced him cleanly. In an instant he saw not the village before him, but the small yard of his childhood home. His sister trying to balance a basket on her head and walking in exaggerated seriousness until it tipped and spilled mango leaves everywhere. He heard her laughing at herself, laughing before anyone else could, as if she knew joy had to be quick, because sorrow was always listening. His hand tightened around the rim of the bowl. He left the village with the others, but the sound remained. It followed him down the road like a thread tied to his chest. At dusk, when the community stopped near a grove to eat, smoke from distant cooking fires drifted through the trees. The scent was mild, almost sweet, and at once he was back in that season of sickness. Back in the room where damp cloths had hung to dry near the fire. Back in the helplessness of watching someone beloved burn with fever while the evening meal went untouched. He could not swallow much. The rice turned dry in his mouth. He set down his bowl and lowered his face, but hoping no one would see. As tears, sometimes it comes as agitation, as a pressure under the ribs, as anger at small sounds, as a refusal of rest. That night, while the others settled under the trees, he lay awake listening to coughs, shifting robes, insects in the brush. Again and again he told himself to return to the breath. Again and again the breath became the breath of a dying girl. He sat up, he stood. He paced a little in the dark, then sat once more. Shame rose almost as fiercely as sorrow. What kind of monk was still so vulnerable to a laugh in a village? He lived near the Blessed One. He heard teachings that had steadied murderers, kings, widows, merchants, old men bent by regret, young men trembling with desire. He had walked beside one, whose compassion seemed wide enough to hold the grief of the world without drowning in it. And still his own mind could be overturned by memory as easily as a clay cup knocked by the foot of a child. By morning he was exhausted, though no great labor had been done. The road that day passed between harvested fields. Dry stalks crackled underfoot along the edges, and white birds rose in startled bursts whenever the line of monks approached too near. He kept his gaze low, but everything seemed charged with old feeling. The stoop of an elderly woman drawing water reminded him of his mother. A young man carrying firewood with his younger brother at his heels reminded him of himself and the sister who had once followed him everywhere. Every simple scene opened into a chamber of absence. Then, near midday, they paused at the side of the road to let a funeral procession pass. It was a small one. A body wrapped in cloth rested on a bier carried by 4 men. Behind them walked family members with faces drained by fresh sorrow, not yet accustomed to its weight. One little boy, perhaps too young to understand fully, stared at the monks with solemn curiosity while still clutching the edge of a woman's garment. From somewhere within the procession came the low, broken sound of someone trying not to weep aloud. The monk felt his throat close. He stepped back under a tree and lowered his head, but the old scene rose in him complete. The woven mat, the still hand, the silence after the last breath, the neighbors entering softly, the feeling that the walls themselves had changed shape around loss. For a moment he was no longer a monk on a roadside. He was a brother again, stunned and powerless. When the procession had gone, the others resumed walking. He followed, but not with steadiness. Each step seemed to land in 2 worlds at once, the present earth beneath his feet, and the vanished ground of what could never be repaired. By evening his struggle had become visible. He moved too carefully, spoke even less than usual, and his eyes, when he lifted them, held the distant look of one who is listening to voices no one else can hear. He tried to avoid notice. A part of him still believed that spiritual dignity meant concealment. If sorrow remained in him, then perhaps he had failed. If he exposed it, perhaps the failure would become undeniable. But concealment is heavy, and those who are deeply attentive often see what others miss. After the meal, when the sky had darkened and the last band of orange had withdrawn from the horizon, The Buddha was sitting a little apart beneath a broad tree. The monk approached, bowed, and sat to one side. For some moments neither of them spoke. Crickets sounded in the grass. A night wind moved lightly through the leaves. At last the Buddha said, in a voice as calm as still water, "Today your heart has been traveling a harder road than your feet." The monk's composure broke at that, not into loud sobbing, not into dramatic grief, but into the quieter undoing that happens when someone sees the burden one has been trying to carry invisibly. He bowed his head. His hands trembled in his lap. "Bhante," he said softly, "I thought this had been left behind." The Buddha waited. "My sister died before I left home. Many years have passed. I believed I had accepted it. But a sound, a little smoke in the evening, the sight of mourners on the road, and I am pulled back as though no time has passed at all. I sit near you, I hear the hummer, I wear the robe, yet my mind still grieves like an ordinary man who has understood nothing." He regretted the words as soon as he spoke them. Hearing the harshness, he turned against himself. But they had come from somewhere old and sore. The Buddha looked at him with that same unguarded gentleness the monk had seen, offered to the sick, the arrogant, the fearful, and the ashamed alike. "Do you think," the Buddha asked, "that the robe makes a heart incapable of feeling?" The monk said nothing. "Before understanding is mature," the Buddha continued, "many imagine the path to be a wall placed between themselves and pain. They think that if the teachings are true, sorrow should no longer visit them, and when sorrow does visit, they feel not only grief, but shame for grieving. So one arrow becomes two." The monk lifted his eyes slightly. "To lose one who was loved," the Buddha said, "is painful. This is not a moral failure. It is part of the nature of a heart that has cared. But look carefully. Within grief there is love, and wound around love there is clinging. Love says, 'May you be well.' Clinging says, 'Do not leave.' Love blesses what has been. Clinging argues with what is gone." The monk listened as though something in him had been waiting years to hear these words. "I still feel," he confessed, "that I should have protected her, that I abandoned her by living on." The Buddha did not dismiss this. He let it rest between them a moment, as if honoring the sincerity of the pain before touching it. "When someone we love dies," he said, "the mind often builds a small house out of impossible thoughts. If only I had done more, if only I had known, if only life had obeyed my devotion. Then we go on living inside that house, though it has no doors and no air. Tell me, friend, was your wish for her suffering or for her safety?" "For her safety," the monk whispered. "Then your heart loved. But the world does not always bend to love. Bodies sicken, conditions change. Those who are dear to us pass beyond our reach. To grieve this is human. To cling to the fantasy that love could command impermanence. That is where the extra pain is made." The monk felt tears come then, slow and unhidden, not only for his sister, but for the years he had spent condemning himself for not having transcended his loss fast enough, purely enough, nobly enough. The Buddha's voice remained quiet. "Do not measure your practice by whether memory stops arising. Measure it by whether, when memory comes, wisdom can sit beside it. Can you know, this is sorrow, this is love, this is clinging, this is the wish that the broken past had broken differently. See each strand. Do not call the whole knot I." The night seemed very still around them. The monk drew a long breath. For the first time since the village, the breath did not feel like an enemy. It hurt, but it was spacious enough to hold the hurt. "What should I do when it returns?" he asked. "Do not run ahead of it," the Buddha said. "Do not try to outwalk what is asking to be understood. When a sound awakens memory, memory as memory, grief as grief. If tears come, no tears. If longing comes, no longing, and gently ask, where has love become grasping? Where have I made a self from what could not be kept?" In this way, sorrow becomes a teacher rather than a chain. They sat together a while longer without speech. The monk watched the moonlight gather in pale patches on the ground. Somewhere in the darkness an owl called once, then again. Nothing in the world had changed. His sister was still dead. The years were still gone. The human heart was still vulnerable to the smallest summons of remembrance. And yet something had shifted. He had thought his grief was proof that he stood far from the path. Now, for the first time, he understood that grief itself could be brought onto the path and known there with honesty, not indulged, not worshipped, not suppressed until it hardened into secrecy, simply known patiently as part of the tangle from which freedom must be made. Later, lying beneath the trees, he remembered his sister again. But this time the memory was less like drowning and more like standing at the edge of deep water in the night, aware of its darkness, aware too that he did not have to throw himself in. He could stand, breathe, and let the ache move through him without becoming his whole world. Still, another difficulty was already waiting in the quiet folds of his mind. For once he had stopped treating grief as a private disgrace, he began to notice something subtler and no less painful. Around him were monks whose faces seemed serene, whose steps seemed untroubled, whose attention appeared steady as a lamp in a windless room. And in the shadow of his own newly revealed sorrow, a new ache began to form. The ache of measuring his heart against the hearts of others. At first he did not call it envy, he called it admiration mixed with longing. He told himself he was simply noticing excellence in others and feeling inspired by it. And in one sense this was true. There were monks in the Sangha whose presence quieted a place before they even spoke. Some were known for their clear understanding of the teachings, able to untie a knot of confusion with a few plain words. Some moved with such gentleness that even their silence seemed to teach. Others sat in meditation with a steadiness that stirred wonder in those who passed by, as if their minds had gone beyond the ordinary weather of human feeling into some vast and temperate sky. He looked at them and felt both drawn and diminished. There was one elder monk whose eyes seemed always awake and kind at once. When novices approached him with tangled questions, he never answered too quickly. He listened as though the question beneath the question mattered more than the words themselves. The monk in our story would stand at a little distance, carrying water or sweeping leaves, pretending not to listen while listening with his whole body. He would hear the elder speak of impermanence, of craving, of mindfulness in breathing, and everything would sound so simple in that calm voice that for a moment his own troubles seemed almost childish. Then, as the elder monk turned away, the old heaviness would return, now mixed with shame. Why, he wondered, did truth sound like cool water in that man's mouth and like dry dust in his own mind? There was another disciple, younger in years, but already spoken of with respect for the depth of his concentration. He could sit for long stretches beneath the trees, without shifting, without frowning, without any sign of the inner wrestling that consumed so many others. When he rose, there was no stiffness in his manner, no boast in his face. He simply bowed and returned to whatever task was needed. Watching him, the monk felt a tightening in his chest. He knew enough not to resent discipline, and yet something bitter crept in despite him. He would settle onto his own mat with a secret vow. Tonight I will be like him. Tonight I will not be carried away by memory, by restlessness, by sorrow, by sleep. Tonight I will prove that this path has not been wasted on me. And with that vow, the whole spirit of practice had already been bent. He had once sat because suffering pressed him to seek release. He had once listened because the teachings lit a way through darkness. But now another motive began to hide inside these same actions. He sat to compare. He listened to measure himself. He watched others not to learn from their virtue, but to discover what he lacked. Reverence became a mirror in which he inspected his own supposed inferiority. Discipline became performance, though there was no audience except the one he carried in his head. This changed the texture of his days in ways so subtle that at times he barely recognized what was happening. If another monk spoke skillfully, he would feel a sinking in his stomach. If someone was praised for diligence, a dry heat would move through him. If a teacher nodded at another's understanding, he would tell himself to rejoice. And part of him truly wished to rejoice, yet behind that wish came a quiet grief that said, "Not me. Not yet, perhaps not ever." It is a lonely thing to stand among sincere companions and feel secretly estranged from them. From the outside, he was one monk among many. He wore the same robe, ate the same simple food, walked the same dusty paths, bowed before the same teacher, listened to the same teachings carried on the morning air. But inwardly he had begun to live in a world of distances. This one is ahead of me, that one is purer than I am. That one has understood something I cannot even touch. In such a world, nobody is simply a fellow traveler. Each person becomes evidence against you, and because the Sangha was full of goodness, the poison worked all the more deeply. Had he lived among cruel or lazy men, he might have found it easier to keep his balance. But these disciples were patient, honest, restrained, devoted. Their qualities were real. Their peace, where it appeared, was not false. Their wisdom was not a performance meant to wound him. Yet a mind caught in comparison can take even another person's virtue and turn it into a blade. The clearer their lamps seemed, the more he saw only the smoke in himself. At times he began to suspect that everyone else was moving steadily forward, while he remained in the same old circle of confusion. He still grew tired in meditation. His knees still ached. His thoughts still wandered into memory and fantasy. Some mornings he woke with an unnamed sadness already settled in his chest, as if he had inherited the night rather than rested from it. At meals he sometimes felt heavy and dull. During walking meditation, he would begin with care and end in distraction. Listening to teachings, he would catch a phrase that pierced him with beauty, only to lose it moments later in the swarm of his own reactions. Then he would glance at another monk and think, "He does not struggle like this." Of course he could not know what storms lived in other hearts. He saw the smooth surface and imagined a tranquil depth. He did not see hidden fear, unspoken longing, private battles with sleep, desire, doubt, or old wounds. He saw composure and called it completion. He saw restraint and called it freedom. He saw one small part of another person's path and compared it to the whole burden of his own inward life. This is one of the oldest sorrows of the human mind. We compare our insides to other people's outsides and conclude that we are uniquely broken. For a while, this sorrow made him strive harder. He rose earlier. He tried to sit longer. He watched his speech more tightly. He forced himself to appear untroubled. If grief came, he straightened his face. If confusion arose, he hid it behind extra diligence. He told himself this was noble effort. But effort without kindness becomes a kind of violence, and the body knows it long before the mind admits it. His shoulders grew rigid. His breathing lost its ease. The space of practice, once difficult but honest, became crowded with fear of failure. He began to judge even small movements of his heart. If joy arose at another's praise, he approved of himself for a moment. If envy appeared, he recoiled as if caught in a crime. If his concentration steadied, he secretly took comfort in the idea that perhaps he was not so far behind after all. If the mind became scattered, despair returned at once. In this way, he was not simply practicing the path, he was constantly grading himself on it, and no grade ever satisfied him for long. There were evenings when he sat beneath the dimming sky and felt almost certain that he had misunderstood the entire training. Perhaps, he thought, this way was for minds cleaner than his, stronger than his, less burdened by memory. Perhaps he had entered the Sangha with sincerity but without the right capacities. Perhaps the others possessed some hidden ripeness from former causes while he remained coarse, slow, and inwardly tangled. He did not say these thoughts aloud, they seemed too shameful, too self-involved, but secrecy gave them more power. What is hidden in silence often swells in darkness. One day, after a discourse, he lingered while the others drifted away to their tasks. The Buddha remained seated, not remote, not imposing, simply present with that unhurried awareness that made concealment feel both possible and pointless. The monk stood uncertainly for some time. He did not know how to confess what troubled him, because it seemed so small beside the great teachings, and yet so painful that it colored all his practice. At last he bowed and spoke. He said that when he looked at certain companions, his heart shrank. He said he respected them, yet from that respect something bitter was growing. He said that their calm made him feel coarse, their understanding made him feel foolish, their discipline made him feel unstable. He admitted with difficulty that he had begun to practice as though he were trying to catch up to an invisible line everyone else had already crossed. And because he could not cross it, he felt ashamed not only of his weakness, but of the envy that weakness gave birth to. The Buddha listened without interruption. When the monk had finished, there was no sign of displeasure in the teacher's face, no surprise either, only the kind of attention that receives a wound without making it uglier. Then the Buddha asked him whether a mango tree and a sal tree ripened in the same season. The monk said no. He asked whether a seed planted in shade unfolded like one planted in open ground. Again, the monk said no. He asked whether two streams, fed by different rains and moving through different soil, reached the river in the same way. No, the monk answered once more. The Buddha said that minds also ripen according to causes and conditions. Some come to the path with long habits of restraint already formed. Some carry old griefs that must soften before concentration can deepen. Some have quick understanding but little endurance. Some have steadiness in conduct, yet hidden pride in the heart. Some appear peaceful while wrestling unseen battles. Some struggle openly for many years, and then awaken with a maturity made possible by every difficult season they endured. To look at another and assume you know the measure of their path is already delusion. To look at yourself and condemn the pace of your unfolding is another form of the same blindness. The monk listened as thirsty land listens to rain, though not all at once. Part of him wanted immediate relief, a sentence that would erase the ache of comparison forever. But the Buddha did not offer flattery, nor did he dismiss the pain as trivial. Instead, he pointed to its roots. Where there is no compassion for one's own suffering, envy finds easy ground. The words entered him slowly. The Buddha said that when the mind meets its own fatigue, confusion, sorrow, and incompleteness without tenderness, it becomes harsh and hungry then. Seeing goodness in another, it cannot simply rejoice. It turns that goodness into accusation. It says, "Why not me? What is wrong with me?" And from that wound, jealousy grows. Not because another person's light is a theft, but because one has abandoned oneself in darkness. To care for one's own mind, the Buddha said, is not to indulge it or excuse unwholesome states. It is to understand conditions clearly and respond without cruelty. If the body is tired, no tiredness. If grief returns, no grief. If envy has arisen, no envy without becoming envy. If concentration is weak today, do not build an identity out of today's weakness. Attend to causes. Strengthen what can be strengthened. Be patient with what ripens slowly. A field is not made fertile by shouting at it. Something in the monk loosened then, though he still felt raw. He had believed that kindness toward himself might make him soft, complacent, less earnest in the path. But what he was hearing was different. This was not permission to drift. It was permission to stop wounding himself in the name of awakening. The Buddha told him that admiration becomes pure only when comparison falls away. Then another's virtue is no longer a mirror for self-judgment, but a reminder of what is possible in human life. One can bow to wisdom without shrinking. One can learn from steadiness without pretending to possess it. One can honor the growth of others, and still care faithfully for the unfinished ground of one's own heart. Afterward, when the monk returned to the ordinary rhythm of the Sangha, nothing outward had changed. The elder disciple still spoke with quiet clarity. The younger meditator still sat with astonishing stillness. Other monks still asked sharp questions, offered thoughtful answers, carried themselves with grace he did not yet feel in himself. But now, at least sometimes, he noticed the first stirrings of comparison before it hardened into despair. He would see another's composure and feel the old ache begin, and with it he would remember. This mind too ripens by causes and conditions. He would feel envy flicker and understand that beneath it was pain, asking not for punishment but for compassion. This did not free him all at once. There were days when he slipped back into measuring, back into silent inferiority, back into the weary belief that everyone else was crossing a river while he stood shivering on the shore. But now a little more light had entered the pattern. He could see the poison as poison. He could see how easily humility had been corrupted into self-contempt, and once seen clearly, it could not hide as well as before. Yet seeing one danger only prepared him to meet another. For in the human heart, even the recognition of weakness can be gathered up by self and turned into something subtler. And once comparison had begun to loosen its grip, he would have to face a more hidden trap still. The strange and quiet pride that sometimes disguises itself as humility. At first, this new danger did not feel like danger at all. It arrived quietly, dressed in clean robes and gentle habits. It came not through anger, nor through jealousy, nor through the sharp ache of feeling less than others. It came through effort, through discipline, through the simple relief of no longer being dragged so helplessly by old storms. The monk had begun, in some small ways, to steady. He still had restless thoughts. He still knew the sudden sting of desire, the old trembling wish to be seen, the private fear that he was not enough. But he also knew now that these things could be watched. They did not always have to command him. He could rise before dawn even when his body protested. He could eat what was given without complaint. He could sit long after his knees had begun to ache and notice that pain was not the enemy he had imagined. He could remain silent when others spoke carelessly. He could bow with sincerity. He could listen. None of this was false. It was good. It was part of the path. But because it was good, it was harder to see what was hiding inside it. Without meaning to, he began to gather these moments into a secret story about himself. Not a loud story. Not the kind a vain man boasts aloud. It was softer than that, almost embarrassed to exist. A thought passing like a shadow over water. I endure more than before. I complain less, I am learning restraint. I stay close to the Blessed One. I understand a little more than I once did. These thoughts did not seem poisonous, because they were often followed by another thought that sounded humble. But I must not be proud. I am still only a beginner. I am full of flaws. Yet even this caution sometimes fed the thing it was trying to guard against. He became a man quietly proud of not being openly proud. And because this pride wore the face of modesty, he rarely recognized it. A new kind of watching entered him then. Before, he had watched himself in pain. Now he watched himself in virtue. He noticed how long he sat, how little he ate, whether his words were measured, whether his eyes remained lowered, whether he reacted quickly or slowly when corrected. He began, without wanting to take the pulse of his goodness. At first this seemed like sincerity. Was it not right to be vigilant? Was it not wise to notice the movements of mind? Had the teacher not spoken often of mindfulness, of careful attention, of knowing clearly what was arising? Yes, but there is a tenderness in true awareness, and what had begun to grow in him was not always tender. It was narrow, tight. Hidden beneath devotion was a quiet accountant, counting his restraint, recording his failures, protecting an image. He wanted to be pure. But beneath that longing was another one he did not yet dare to name. He wanted to be someone who was pure, This difference was small in language and immense in suffering. When another monk spoke roughly and then laughed at himself a moment later, he thought, "I would not have done that." When one of the younger monks overslept and came hurrying to the assembly with shame on his face, compassion did arise in him, but beside it there was also a subtle warmth, a private relief that he had not failed in that way. If an elder praised the steadiness of the Sangha, his heart listened closely for whether his own steadiness might be included, even if no name was spoken. If he was not noticed, he told himself this was good, because invisibility was safer for one committed to humility. Yet part of him remained alert, disappointed in a way so refined it could almost pass for renunciation. Most painful of all, his closeness to the Buddha itself began to form a delicate identity. He did not think, "I am special." Such a thought would have frightened him. But when he walked near the teacher, when he heard the cadence of that unhurried voice before others heard it, when he saw how the Buddha received insults without hardening and praise without swelling, the monk felt not only reverence, but a faint possessiveness. Not over the Buddha, never that, but over his own relationship to the path. He was near the source of freedom. He had left the ordinary world to walk this life. Surely that meant something. Surely it made his days weightier, his vows more meaningful, his struggles more noble, than the struggles of those who still lived among household dust and bargaining and family quarrels. He would have been ashamed to hear this spoken plainly. Yet the mind does not require our permission to build its little thrones. It builds them from whatever is at hand, even from teachings about emptiness, even from robes and bowls and silence. So he continued practicing, and with practice came subtle strain. He became less spontaneous in kindness, because he wanted kindness to be clean. He hesitated before speaking, not always from wisdom, but from the fear of sounding foolish. He corrected his posture when he thought others might see him slouch. He lowered his gaze not only to soften craving, but also because he had come to associate lowered eyes with being a good monk. He was trying to inhabit an image of simplicity, and the effort of maintaining it made his inner life more crowded than before. There were evenings when he lay beneath the deepening sky and reviewed the day as if examining a woven cloth for flaws. Here he had spoken too quickly. There he had enjoyed being thanked. At midday he had felt annoyance. During walking meditation he had briefly imagined that he was advancing. Well, so much impurity. Still, so much self. Tomorrow I must be more careful. And in this way, the one who sought freedom from self was still orbiting self from dawn to dusk. Not the old self, perhaps. Not the wounded self that compared itself bitterly and collapsed in shame. This self was cleaner, more disciplined, more pious. But it was still defended, still arranged, still afraid. If someone had asked him then whether he loved the Dharma, he would have answered yes with all his heart, and that answer would have been true. But mixed into that love was fear. Fear of failing the Dharma, fear of exposing confusion, fear that if he was not a good monk, he might be nothing at all. One afternoon, during a journey between villages, this hidden knot was touched. The day had been long and warm. Dust rose under the feet of the monks and settled again in pale layers over the road. Villagers had greeted the Buddha with food and questions, and by the time the sun had softened, the monk felt both tired and inwardly pleased. He had kept silence well that day. He had carried himself with care. When a child had stumbled and nearly dropped a bowl, he had moved quickly and gently to help. When an impatient man had spoken over an elder monk, he had felt irritation arise, then watched it fade. His mind, though not perfectly calm, seemed at least respectable. He was aware of his own steadiness, and because he was aware of it, he told himself to let go of it. But still, some small part of him held it close. As the company approached a grove where they would rest, the Buddha paused beside the path and looked back. His eyes moved over the monks, not searching, not judging, simply seeing. Then he spoke to him. "You are walking with too much care." The words were simple. No harshness was in them. Yet they landed in the monk's chest like a stone dropped into still water. For a moment he did not understand. Too much care? Had he not been trying to be careful in the very way the training required? His mind moved quickly. Had his posture been wrong? Had he stepped too close to the one ahead of him? Had some flaw in his attention become visible? He bowed and said softly that he would be more mindful. The Buddha resumed walking, and after a few steps said, "Not more mindful, less burdened." That was all. No lecture followed, no public rebuke, no explanation to protect the monk from his own confusion. Only those few words, quiet as leaves moving in evening wind. But within him a storm had begun. At first came embarrassment. Had the others heard? Surely they had. Did they now see what he had failed to see in himself? He felt exposed, as if a seam in his robe had suddenly opened. Then came resistance. What burden! He had only been trying to practice carefully. He had only been sincere. Was sincerity now a fault? Because he could not ask at once. The question burned in him through the evening meal and into the night. He sat with the others beneath the fading light, listening to ordinary sounds, the clink of bowls, the small cough of an older monk, insects beginning their thin chorus. Outwardly he was composed. Inwardly he was defending himself against a correction no one else seemed troubled by. At last he began to see the trouble in that very defensiveness. If the words had touched only behavior, why did they wound identity? If he had merely placed his feet too cautiously on the road, why did shame spread through his whole body? Why this urgent need to explain himself, even in silence? Why this fear that the Buddha had seen something disappointing in him? Slowly, painfully, the answer emerged. He had not only been walking carefully, he had been walking as someone who wanted to be seen, at least by himself, as careful. He had not simply been practicing restraint. He had been trying to become a person made secure by restraint. He had worn devotion as a shelter for identity. And because identity is always fragile, even when woven from holy threads, a few gentle words were enough to make it tremble. He sat long with that. Memories came back to him in a different light. The satisfaction after difficult fasts, the private warmth of being thought disciplined, the disappointment when no one noticed his effort, the unease he felt around monks who were more relaxed, more human in their mistakes, less arranged in their virtue. He had believed their looseness was danger. Now he wondered whether some part of him had feared in them what he had not allowed in himself, an ordinariness that could not be adorned. He saw then that he had been trying to climb out of suffering by building a better self, a nobler self, a purer self. But every self, however polished, still required maintenance. It had to be confirmed, protected, compared, repaired. Even the thought "I am the one who lets go" can become something clenched in the fist. And what then? Was liberation if not this? Not becoming low where one had been high. Not becoming pure where one had been stained. Not becoming superior in holiness to those still struggling. Not even becoming a perfectly humble monk. Liberation was stranger and simpler. It was the easing of the urge to become anyone solid at all. It was the fading of the old labor of constructing a center and defending it. It was meeting greed as greed, sorrow as sorrow, tenderness as tenderness, without hurrying to turn any of them into a self-story. It was walking without carrying the secret weight of me in every step. This insight did not make him radiant overnight. In truth, it humbled him in a way that was almost sorrowful. He saw how self could survive inside renunciation, how vanity could wear silence, how fear could memorize sacred words and speak them with a bowed head. Yet along with the sorrow came relief. If he no longer had to become the perfect monk, then perhaps he could begin at last to be honest. Honest about tension. Honest about performance. Honest about the tiredness of always measuring. The next morning when he rose, there was still discipline in him. He washed his bowl, he folded his robe, he took his place among the others. But something in the air of his practice had shifted. He did not feel finished, he did not feel pure, he did not feel beyond vanity. Yet he also did not feel compelled to hide these things beneath a refined image. And because of that, his breathing seemed a little easier. The path ahead would not become easier in the simple sense. In some ways it would become more difficult, because now he would have to notice not only the coarse storms of mind, but the fine threads by which identity kept remaking itself. But difficulty was no longer the whole truth. There was gentleness here too, a discipline no longer hardened by self-improvement, a watchfulness softened by mercy, a willingness to see clearly without immediately reaching for condemnation or achievement. This insight opened a more difficult but gentler season of practice, where discipline softened into sincere seeing. In the evenings, when the work of the day had fallen silent and the last small duties were done, he began to seek the edges of the grove where the air moved more gently. There, beneath trees that had watched many seasons arrive and dissolve, he would spread his robe upon the ground and sit. As the light withdrew from the leaves, the forest at that hour did not demand anything from him. Birds gave their final calls. Insects stitched their thin music into the darkening world. The trunks of the trees stood without argument. And in that quiet company, he began to understand that meditation was not a battle to be won, but a place where honesty could finally rest. For a long time he had sat with the hidden intention to master himself. Even when he spoke of awareness, some part of him had still been straining toward victory. He wanted a mind that obeyed. He wanted stillness that would prove his worth. He wanted thoughts to line up like disciplined students, and feelings to bow and disappear. This effort had looked noble from the outside. It had even felt noble to him at times. But underneath it was the old hunger to become someone untouchable, someone purified of confusion, someone who could no longer be wounded by his own heart now. As the days ripened into this quieter season, he grew tired of carrying that hidden sword, not all at once, not with some grand renunciation. It happened the way dusk comes to a field, almost too gradually to notice. He would sit down intending to follow the breath, and before long he would feel the old habit rising, the subtle tightening in the forehead, the impatience in the chest, the small inward command that said, "Concentrate better, push harder, do not fail tonight." But instead of obeying that command as if it were truth, he began to hear it as only another sound in the mind. This changed something essential. His attention turned toward the breath again, but not as a handler yanking a rope. He felt the in-breath enter cool at the nostrils. He noticed the slight pause before the body received it. He sensed the chest lifting, the ribs widening, the belly making room. He felt the out-breath leave warmer, slower, softer than his thinking ever was. At first these details came and went like shy animals. He would notice one breath clearly, then lose 10 in a fog of memory or planning. But he no longer took that wandering as a personal insult. The mind wandered. This was what minds did. The practice was not to prevent every movement, but to return without violence. So he returned, again and again. While evening settled around him, he returned to the simple fact that he was breathing. Sometimes the breath was long and smooth, as if the body trusted the night. Sometimes it was thin and guarded. Sometimes it seemed almost to vanish, and panic would flicker at the edge of awareness, whispering that he was doing something wrong. Yet, even this, he learned to include. Fear in the chest, tightness in the throat, the urge to adjust, to control, to force deeper calm. He let these be known before he tried to change them. This was new for him and strangely difficult. He had expected sincerity to feel clean, but often it felt embarrassingly ordinary. As he sat beneath the trees, what rose to meet him was not sacred radiance but the clutter of being human. There was irritation from a small slight earlier in the day. There was sadness whose cause he could not name. There was a trace of pride when another monk had praised his discipline, followed by shame at having enjoyed the praise. There were memories that arrived with heat in the face. There were worries that carried no wisdom, only repetition. None of this made him exceptional. None of it made him broken. It was simply what had been living in him all along, waiting for enough silence to be heard. At first, each mood pulled him into its story. A sour feeling would appear, and almost instantly the mind would produce its reasons. A heaviness in the heart became a tale of failure. A restless current in the body became a prediction that he would never progress. Pleasure became grasping. Pain became complaint. The stream moved fast, and he had spent years being swept along without noticing where the current began. But slowly, with a patience that was less dramatic than devotion and perhaps more real, he began to notice something prior to the stories. Before a thought formed into a sentence, there was a tone. Before judgment arrived, there was a flavor. Pleasant, unpleasant, neither. A warmth at being remembered kindly. A dull ache when loneliness passed through. A neutral patch of breath on an ordinary evening. These feeling tones were subtle, almost transparent, yet they guided so much of the mind's movement, reaching, retreating, ignoring, clinging, defending. As he saw this more clearly, his practice deepened in a humble way. He no longer believed every thought simply because it spoke in his own voice. A memory surfaced and said, "You are still the boy who was not enough." He heard it, and there was pain in hearing it. But there was also a little more space around the pain. He could feel how the belly tightened, how the shoulders drew inward, how the jaw hardened against old sorrow. He could notice the thought's arrival, its emotional weight, and the way the body prepared to obey it. And in that noticing, belief loosened. Not because he argued the thought away, not because he replaced it with a prettier sentence, but because he saw that it too was passing through conditions, not issuing from a permanent self. On some nights, this understanding felt near and living. On others, it was only an idea, and his meditation dissolved into distraction and sleepiness. He learned not to make a religion out of either condition. Clear sessions came and went. Dull sessions came and went. A peaceful mind was not proof of virtue. A restless one was not proof of failure. The moon above the trees changed shape night by night, and no one asked it to apologize. He also began listening to the body with greater tenderness. Before, he had treated the body as a difficult animal to be subdued. If the knees hurt, he hardened himself. If the back complained, he judged it weak. If tiredness spread behind the eyes, he considered it an obstacle. Now he became curious. Where exactly was the tension? Did it pulse or hold steady? Did it sharpen when a memory came? Did it soften when he stopped resisting it? He found that much of what he had called pain was braided with fear, and much of what he had called discipline was braided with aversion. There were evenings when a knot would gather in his chest, for no clear reason. In earlier years he would have ignored it, forcing attention back to the breath as if kindness were a distraction. But now he let the knot be part of the field of knowing. He breathed with it. He noticed its edges. He sensed how it changed when welcomed, how it clenched when judged. Sometimes an image would arise from somewhere old and nearly forgotten. A face turned away, a harsh word, the feeling of being left outside warmth. Then he would understand that the tightness was not random at all. It was the body remembering what the mind had buried under effort. These discoveries did not make him sentimental. They made him more honest. He saw that much of spiritual striving had been built upon frightened foundations. A part of him had wanted awakening the way a child wants a locked door to disappear. A part of him had wanted freedom chiefly, so he would never again have to feel humiliation, grief, uncertainty, or need. In the grove, under the slow dark, he stopped pretending that these motives were absent. He let them step into the open. And because they stepped into the open, they changed. The teachings on kindness, once beautiful but somewhat distant, became intimate and necessary. Compassion was no longer something he imagined offering only to strangers, the sick, the poor, or those visibly burdened by sorrow. He began to understand that there were unseen beings within his own life who also needed tenderness. There was the frightened part that still expected rejection. There was the grieving part that had never finished mourning what had been lost. There was the ashamed part that thought it could earn love only through perfection. When these came forward in meditation, he did not banish them for disturbing his peace. He tried awkwardly at first to receive them. He would sit with a hand resting lightly against his chest, feeling the warmth of his own body through the robe. He would breathe in and silently acknowledge, fear is here, or sorrow is here, or shame has come again. He did not say these words as accusations. He said them the way one might greet a child standing at the threshold after being lost in rain. Sometimes he offered simple wishes into the silence. May this fear be held in kindness. May this grief be allowed to soften. May the one who feels unworthy know some measure of peace. At first, these phrases felt thin beside the force of old pain. Yet he continued. Not because he believed in quick healing, but because he could sense that harshness had never cured harshness. The more gently he repeated these offerings, the less they sounded like technique, and the more they sounded like truth he had long refused to speak. There were nights when tears came without drama, falling quietly as if the body itself were relieved to stop being commanded. He did not treat the tears as a mystical event. He let them come and let them end. What deepened in him was not a permanent sweetness. He still had difficult mornings. He still felt envy, fatigue, resistance, and doubt. But there was a different relationship forming between awareness and what it knew. Instead of standing over his inner life like a stern judge, he sat among its changing weather like a patient witness. This witness was not passive. It was intimate, alert, and steady. It could feel heat without becoming fire. It could feel sorrow without collapsing into identity. It could make room. That room began to alter the quality of silence itself. Before, stillness had often seemed dramatic to him, almost theatrical. It appeared as something rare, bright, and fragile, a state to be achieved, and then protected from contamination. If a loud thought entered, the moment was ruined. If desire stirred, the purity was broken. If discomfort appeared, calm had failed. But now stillness grew quieter and more trustworthy. It did not depend on the absence of movement. It was the larger space in which movement appeared. A bird could cry out in the grove. A memory could rise. The legs could ache. And still there was a depth beneath these waves that did not need to defend itself. He began to trust the ground. Not only the earth beneath his folded legs, though that too mattered. He felt the firmness of soil receiving his weight each night, without praise or complaint. Roots moved below him in darkness. Fallen leaves softened the edges of stone. The ground did not ask him to deserve support before offering it. This simple fact entered him more deeply than many ideas. For years he had lived as though existence itself were evaluating him, as though one false movement of mind would send him out of belonging. Sitting on the forest floor, he discovered another possibility, that life could also hold him while he learned. The earth became less like a testing place and more like a resting place. On certain evenings, when the moon had not yet risen, and the grove was all shadow and fragrance, he felt this with unusual clarity. The body breathed by itself, thoughts crossed and faded. A lonely feeling might pass through, or an old fear, and still there was no need to exile it. Crickets went on singing. Somewhere beyond the trees, water moved over stone. The night held everything without haste. In such moments he did not feel heroic. He felt simple, mortal, included. And from that inclusion a quieter strength emerged. It was not the strength of denial. It was not the strength of image. It was not even the strength of relentless discipline, though discipline remained. It was the strength of not turning away, the courage to know an unpleasant feeling as unpleasant without making an enemy of it, the humility to see a pleasant mood arrive and not build a self upon it, the wisdom to notice neutrality and not overlook the ordinary peace hidden there. Little by little, this changed how he moved through the days as much as how he sat through the nights. When others spoke sharply, he felt the sting, but did not immediately become the sting. When praise came, he noticed the bright lift in the chest, but did not chase it so blindly. When loneliness visited, he recognized its familiar footsteps and met it with more care than before. He was learning that the heart did not become free by becoming invulnerable. It became freer by becoming less afraid of experience. In this way, the grove became a teacher as surely as any sermon. The trees did not hurry him. The darkness did not flatter him. The breathing body did not lie. Night after night, he sat in the modest temple of direct knowing, where no performance could survive for long. There he discovered that tenderness was not opposed to clarity. It was one of its purest forms, and with greater softness growing inside him, he became more able to meet the suffering that waited beyond his own skin. And with greater softness growing inside him, he became more able to meet the suffering that waited beyond his own skin. Until then, much of his practice had unfolded in the inward chambers of the heart. He had watched thoughts rise and pass. He had studied fear, desire, restlessness, and longing as they appeared within his own body and mind. But now the path widened. The Buddha did not keep the Sangha hidden among trees forever. Again and again, they entered the villages where life pressed hard upon the poor, the aging, the weary, and the grieving. There, the insight could no longer remain something delicate and private. It had to walk on dusty roads, kneel on hard floors, and look directly into human pain. The monk began to see how different suffering appeared when it wore another person's face. One morning, the Sangha arrived in a village where fever had moved through the houses like a silent fire. The air itself seemed tired. Doors hung open, but no children ran shouting in the lanes. Clay jars near the wells stood untouched. In the shadows of the courtyards, women sat with cloths in their hands, too exhausted even to weep. A sour medicinal smell mixed with smoke and the heaviness of unwashed bedding. The monk felt his chest tighten. Illness, when encountered in solitude, was one thing. Illness spread across many homes at once was another. It gave suffering a collective voice. Without ceremony, the Buddha began to help where help was needed. He did not speak first of philosophy. He asked who had eaten, who had not, who was alone, who had water, who needed to be moved into shade. His presence was calm, but never distant. The monk watched this with quiet astonishment. Compassion, in the Buddha's hands, was not dramatic. It was precise, it noticed, it responded. So the monk followed. He carried buckets from the well until the rope burned his palms. He knelt to wash the forehead of an old man whose eyes wandered with fever. He held a bowl while a mother tried to coax broth between the cracked lips of her daughter. He swept a floor with spilled herbs and sickness. None of these acts seemed spiritual in the way he had once imagined spirituality to be. Yet, as the hours passed, he felt that each small gesture contained the same stillness he had touched in meditation. Attention was attention, whether offered to the breath or to a thirsty stranger. In one house, he sat beside a woman whose husband had not risen for 3 days. She spoke in a low, strained voice, as though her strength had narrowed to a single thread. She told him how her husband had always risen before dawn, how he sang while grinding grain, how he repaired the neighbor's tools without asking payment. Now he lay unmoving, breath shallow. His face changed into something she did not recognize. The monk listened. At first he searched inwardly for wise words. None came. What came instead was the understanding that she did not need a lesson. She needed someone to remain while she spoke the unbearable aloud. So he remained. He noticed how grief moved in waves through her. She would speak plainly for several moments, then suddenly clutch the edge of her shawl and stare at her husband's still hands as if seeing them for the first time. The monk did not interrupt her sorrow with comfort too soon. He had learned enough to know that pain resisted being hurried. When at last she fell silent, he said only that love grieves because it has cared deeply, and that she need not carry the day alone. She lowered her head, and in the quiet, he understood that listening could itself be a form of shelter. In another village, hunger was the more common illness. The rains had failed in the previous season, and the fields wore a thin, defeated look. Children with narrow limbs lingered near cooking fires that held little more than steam. Old men stared at the earth, as if asking it what offense had caused its silence. Here too the Buddha moved without complaint, receiving alms where alms could be given, and encouraging those who had enough to remember those who did not. The Sangha shared what came into their bowls. They ate less so others might eat at all. The monk found himself handing portions of rice to people whose need was greater than his own. At first, some hidden part of him resisted. His body knew hunger too. It watched the bowl with animal honesty. To give away food was not noble in the abstract when one's own stomach was hollow. But he also saw a child watching him with that ancient expression in which shame and hope live side by side. In that moment, the measure shifted. Hunger was no longer his private discomfort. It was a field in which all beings struggled. As he placed the rice into the child's hands, he felt both loss and release. The body still wanted, yet the wanting was no longer the only truth present. There was also the strange nourishment of shared burden. Later, when he sat under a tree with the faint ache of emptiness inside him, he reflected that compassion did not erase pain. It changed its shape. It made the heart wide enough to hold more than its own complaint. Not all the suffering they met was born of sickness or scarcity. Some of it lived in words spoken between people who loved one another and no longer knew how to stop wounding each other. In one village, two brothers had divided their father's land and then spent months accusing each other of theft. Their wives no longer exchanged greetings. Their children had learned to glare across the path between the houses. When the Buddha was invited to speak, the monk expected teachings about generosity and impermanence. Instead, the Blessed One asked each brother to describe not what the other had done wrong, but what fear he carried if he let go of the quarrel. The question unsettled them. One feared being made a fool, cheated, diminished in the eyes of the village. The other feared disappearing into his elder brother's will, living forever as someone less. Beneath anger, the monk heard something softer and more fragile. Pride was there, yes, but also hurt, memory, and the old ache of not being seen fairly. As the brothers spoke, their voices cracked in places they had tried to harden. The monk understood then that many conflicts were not fueled by hatred alone. They were fed by unseen sorrow. Afterward, he spent time with the younger brother's son, a small boy who kicked at the dust and pretended not to care that his cousins no longer played with him. The monk sat beside him under the eaves and carved a fallen twig into a simple toy cart. He asked no heavy questions. He just stayed long enough for the boy's silence to loosen. Soon the child began speaking of ordinary things: a goat that had gone lame, a mango tree with one strong branch, the way the moon looked caught in the well water at night. Then, almost as if it were the same kind of fact, he said he missed laughing with his cousins. The monk's throat tightened. He saw how suffering traveled through households, not only in shouted accusations, but in the quiet rearrangement of a child's world. In another place, they were called to a house where an old woman lay near death. Her breathing had become thin and uneven, as if each inhale had to be persuaded to return. Her daughter knelt nearby, wiping her mother's lips with trembling care. The room was dim and very still. Even the neighbors who had gathered outside spoke in whispers. The monk entered with the Buddha and felt the old instinct to retreat from death. The body nearing its end unsettled something deep in him. It reminded him that no discipline, no wisdom, no sincerity could bargain with impermanence. The Buddha sat beside the old woman as naturally as one might sit beside a friend in a garden. He did not cling to her life, and he did not turn away from her dying. He spoke gently, reminding her to rest where she was, to release fear where she could, to let the mind soften from its grasping. His compassion did not try to hold back the tide. It accompanied her to the shore. The monk sat on the other side and took her frail hand when her fingers began to twitch in distress. He expected that touch to fill him with dread. Instead, he felt an immense delicacy. Her skin was cool, almost translucent. The pulse fluttered and faltered like a bird too tired to remain in flight. Her daughter began to cry soundlessly. The monk looked from mother to child and saw with painful clarity that no one escapes this ancient parting. Kings and laborers, mothers and sons, the careful and the careless all come here. Suffering was not a punishment aimed at particular lives. It was woven into the fragile privilege of having a life at all. Something softened further in him then. He had once approached pain as though it were a personal adversary. Why is this happening to me? How can I protect myself from loss? But the villages were teaching him another vision. Grief was not his alone, nor fear, nor helplessness. These currents moved through all beings. To awaken was not to stand above them like a stone above weather. It was to stop imagining that one's own tears were separate from the great river of human sorrow. Because of this, his service changed. He became less concerned with whether he was doing enough to be considered compassionate. He became more available. When someone needed water, he carried it. When mourners needed silence, he gave silence. When children leaned near him, uncertain and watchful, he offered warmth without forcing cheerfulness upon them. Sometimes he told simple stories while they waited for medicine to be prepared. Sometimes he showed them how to fold leaves into small boats and float them in puddles after rain. Their laughter, when it came, was brief and bright, like sunlight through moving branches. He learned not to cling even to that. Joy too passed, but its passing did not make it false. At night, after such days, he would sit again in meditation and feel the village still alive within him. A cough heard through a mud wall, a widow's lowered gaze, the weight of a sleeping child against his shoulder, the smell of cooked rice shared among too many people. These did not distract from practice, they deepened it. The breath he followed in darkness was no longer only his own breath. It seemed joined to countless other breaths, each fragile, each dear, each uncertain of another dawn. He also saw more clearly the special quality of the Buddha's compassion. The teacher cared completely, yet did not drown in what he met. He did not possess those he helped. He did not secretly demand that his kindness produce the outcome he wished. If a sick man recovered, the Buddha remained steady. If a sick man died, he remained steady. Not cold, never cold, but free of the conceit that love grants control over the laws of life. This was difficult for the monk to understand at first. He had thought deep caring must mean deep anguish, deep attachment, deep insistence that things turn out well. But the Buddha showed another way, to bow fully towards suffering without trying to own its ending. The monk began to practice this difficult balance. When he sat with the ill, he tried not to load the moment with desperate hope. When he comforted the grieving, he tried not to make their healing a measure of his worth. When he gave food, he did not imagine that one meal could solve the world's hunger, yet he offered it wholeheartedly. Little by little, he discovered that compassion without possession was lighter in the hand and stronger in the long journey. It did not burn out as quickly. It did not collapse when life refused to obey his preferences. It simply kept returning like water finding the low places. And still amid this ripening tenderness, he noticed that some suffering pierced him more sharply than others. The cries of an old parent for a lost child, the sight of a young novice falling ill, the trembling face of a man who feared he had not loved well enough before death came near. These struck hidden chambers inside him, places not yet fully illuminated. He could serve strangers with growing steadiness, but when pain echoed his own buried fears, the ground beneath him seemed less secure. He did not yet know how deeply this would matter. He only sensed, as they left one village at dusk and the smoke of cooking fires rose into the darkening sky, that compassion had opened him wider than before. And whatever opens us also reveals what still trembles within. But compassion also exposes his lingering fear, especially when suffering reaches close to home. Until then, much of the pain he had witnessed had passed before him like weather over a field. He had entered it, yes. He had listened, offered water, washed wounds, sat beside grieving people, while the night thinned toward dawn. Yet some small part of his mind had still whispered that he could rise in the morning and keep walking. The body that ached was someone else's. The fever that burned was elsewhere. Death remained real, but not immediate. That distance disappeared during the rains. The monastery had grown quiet under the long, grey breath of the season. Roofs dripped steadily, damp robes hung from lines and never seemed fully dry. The pathways between the huts became slick with mud, and the air smelled of wet earth, leaves, and wood softened by water. The monks moved more slowly now, their feet careful, their bowls tucked close beneath their robes. At night, the sound of rain on the eaves seemed endless, as if the whole world were being washed into silence. It was during these days that one of the elder monks fell ill. He was a man the younger monks trusted without needing to say so. His voice had always been even, his posture upright despite his years, his gaze clear in a way that made others settle in his presence. He did not speak often, but when he did, he left behind less confusion than before. The monk had sat near him many evenings, listening to simple instructions on posture, on restraint, on the strange and patient labor of seeing the mind as it is. The elder had corrected him once with such gentleness that the correction did not sting. Since then, respect had ripened quietly into love. At first, the illness seemed small. The elder did not come to the morning gathering. Someone said he was tired. Someone else said he had a chill from being caught in the rain. By afternoon, his skin had grown hot, and his hands trembled when he lifted the cup brought to him. A younger monk wiped his brow with a damp cloth. Another boiled herbs. He stood just outside the doorway, uncertain whether to enter, feeling already that something was shifting in a way he did not want to name. By nightfall, the fever had deepened. The elder's breathing became uneven, sometimes shallow, sometimes pulled through the throat with effort. Sweat darkened his robe. His face, usually composed, looked strangely unguarded now, as if sickness had loosened the lines by which he had held himself together. When he tried to sit, weakness overtook him, and he had to be lowered carefully back onto his mat. His fingers shook, his lips were dry, sleep came only in fragments broken by heat, discomfort, and the body's restless refusal to be at ease. The monk was asked to help through the night. He knelt beside the mat, changing cloths, bringing water, holding the lamp where the shadows thickened. Each small task felt intimate in a way he had not expected. He saw how the body could lose its dignity in a single evening, not because the elder became less worthy, but because illness stripped away the ordinary coverings of strength. The man who had instructed others now needed help to turn onto his side. The hand that had once lifted in blessing fumbled against the blanket like a child searching in the dark. At one point, the elder tried to rise and could not. His legs trembled and gave way. He caught him under the arms and felt, with a shock, how light he had become. The elder whispered an apology. That apology struck him more deeply than the fever itself. Why should one apologize for needing to be held? Why should a body in pain feel shame for depending on others? Yet he recognized the feeling at once, because somewhere within himself he had always feared the same helplessness. To lose strength, to need to be washed, fed, lifted, watched through the night, to become a burden, to feel one's own body become unreliable, disobedient, no longer a tool of intention but a place of trembling and demand. As the hours passed, a harder fear rose in him. He tried to keep his attention on the work before him, but his mind kept moving ahead. If this illness worsened, the elder might die. If the elder died, that steady presence would vanish from the world. The space he occupied in the hall would remain empty. The familiar voice would fall silent. Teachings remembered in the mind would no longer arrive from living lips. The monk felt grief before loss had fully come, and hidden within that grief was another fear, colder and more secretive. If this could happen to him, it could happen to any of them, to the oldest, to the strongest, to the teacher, to the friend, to himself. Near dawn, when the rain had softened to a mist and the lamp flame had grown low, the elder opened his eyes and seemed for a moment fully awake. He looked at the monk and gave a faint smile, as if seeing clearly both the room and the anxiety filling it. "This body is noisy tonight," he murmured. He almost laughed, almost wept. The words were so simple, and yet they loosened something noisy. Not sacred in the way fear imagines. Not a fortress to be defended forever, just a changing thing, full of heat, ache, fluid, pulse, fatigue and disturbance. Still, by the next day the fever had not broken. Word spread quietly through the community. Monks took turns serving him. Bowls were prepared and left untouched. The chanting hall felt altered, as though everyone were listening inwardly, for news no one wished to hear. Even those who said little moved with the subdued care of people walking near a precipice. The Buddha came to see the elder in the afternoon. He entered without hurry, and the small room seemed to grow spacious around him. He sat beside the mat and looked upon the sick monk with such steadiness that neither pity nor alarm colored his face. There was tenderness there, but not the tenderness of someone trying to push reality away. It was the tenderness that remains when one has stopped arguing with what is true. The elder bowed his head as much as strength allowed. The Buddha asked gently about the fever, the pain, the sleep that would not come. The elder answered in few words. Then the Buddha turned his gaze toward the younger monks gathered nearby, and he felt that gaze reach him directly. "When the body is well," the Buddha said, "many imagine it belongs to them. They call it mine, and speak as though it will obey. But look carefully. It changes with heat and cold. It changes with food and lack of food. It changes with age, with season, with unseen causes too small for thought to grasp. What is changing in this way is not a possession one can keep. It is a process woven of conditions, appearing for a time." The room was quiet except for the faint tapping of rain from the roof. "If one clings to it as self," he continued, "fear increases. Every trembling becomes a threat. Every weakness becomes an insult. But if one learns to know the body as body, arising and passing by causes, then even in illness the mind may find a little space. Pain may still be pain. Fever may still burn. Yet the heart need not add, 'This should not be happening to me.'" He lowered his eyes. He recognized in himself the very struggle being named. More than concern for the elder, he had been suffering from resistance. This should not be happening. Not to him. Not now. Not here among those who practiced. As though devotion were a bargain against decay. As though wisdom exempted flesh from change. The Buddha asked for water to be brought. He offered the cup. As he held it for the elder to drink, he watched the old monk's hand shake against the rim. A few drops slid down his chin. He reached with the cloth and wiped them gently away. This time, instead of recoiling inwardly from the sight, he stayed with it. The trembling, the embarrassment, the dependence, the sheer vulnerability of being alive in a body that could not maintain itself. And because he stayed, he saw something else. The elder was not only weak, he was also patient. He was not only fevered, he was also aware. Behind the strain in the breath and the heaviness in the limbs, there remained a quiet willingness, a non-resistance that did not come from liking the pain, but from not making war against it. Sickness had not erased the practice. It had revealed it. That evening he sat outside beneath the shelter of the eaves, listening to insects begin their song between spells of rain. He was exhausted. His own body ached from wakefulness. His thoughts drifted toward his mother, toward old memories of being young and helpless with fever, of someone cool-handed leaning over him in the dark. Suddenly his chest tightened. He imagined himself one day, lying as the elder now lay, unable to rise, unable to sleep, unable to command the body to be otherwise. He imagined dying before he had finished understanding anything. He imagined losing the Buddha, losing his companions, losing the world one face at a time. Fear came, but it was not the same fear as before. Earlier in his life, he would have pushed it away or disguised it with ideas. Now he could feel it as a living movement in the body, a constriction in the throat, a fluttering beneath the ribs, a coldness in the belly, thoughts gathering around the word mine, my life, my teacher, my strength, my time. He saw how fear tightened around possession, even when the possession was impossible. He could not keep what was changing. Yet the mind still reached, as a hand reaches in sleep for something already gone. The next time he entered the elder's room, he carried this understanding softly, not as an achievement but as a small lamp. The fever persisted for several days. There were moments when it seemed to ease, then hours when the heat returned and the body shook with chills. The elder's appetite faded, his cheeks hollowed, nights stretched long. Sometimes he muttered fragments of phrases. Sometimes he stared awake into darkness, too tired to speak. Adjusted his blanket, supported him when coughing left him breathless. He learned how long a night could be when measured by another's suffering. He learned the humility of simple care, repeated without drama. Once, in the middle of the night, the elder gripped his wrist with surprising strength. "Do not fear this body so much," the old monk whispered. "It was never stable enough to deserve that fear." Then he released him and drifted into a shallow sleep. Those words entered the monk slowly. The body was precious, yes, worthy of care, worthy of respect, but not because it could be preserved. Its preciousness lay partly in its fragility, in the fact that it could support practice only for a while. To hate that fragility was to hate the conditions of being human. To see it clearly was painful, but also strangely relieving. He did not have to force the body into permanence. He only had to meet it honestly. Over the following days, the elder began, little by little, to recover. The fever loosened its grip. Sweat cooled on his skin without returning to flame. His hands still trembled, but less violently. He could sit for short periods. He could swallow broth. His voice remained thin, yet a little color returned to his face. Relief moved through the community quietly, like sunlight returning after a week of rain. But something in the monk had changed too deeply to be undone by the elder's improvement. He had looked more closely than before at the body's uncertainty. Not in theory, not in the peaceful distance of contemplation, but in the heat and smell and weariness of actual sickness. He had seen that weakness could come without invitation. That sleeplessness could unravel dignity. That dependence was not failure but part of the common fate of living beings. He had seen fear rise in himself, and for once, had not entirely believed its story. When he later sat in meditation, he could feel the body with a new tenderness. The ache in the knees, the pulse in the hands, the breath entering and leaving on its own, the faint trembling that comes from effort and age and hidden causes. All of it seemed less like a possession and more like weather passing through a borrowed shelter. This did not make him cold. It made him kinder to himself, to others. To all who tried to build certainty inside what could not remain still. And somewhere beneath the sorrow of that understanding, another truth began to open. If what changes cannot be held, then perhaps the end of clinging is not a punishment. Perhaps it is a release. If the body is not truly mine, then I do not have to carry the impossible burden of making it stay. If those I love cannot be possessed, then love may become gentler, freer, less tangled with fear. He could not yet live fully from that wisdom. But after sitting beside illness, after watching fever rise and pass, after seeing frailty without turning away, he began to sense that impermanence was not only the wound in every attachment, it might also be the door. And once that possibility had been felt, even faintly, the world around him seemed to begin teaching in a new way. Before, he had looked at change as though it were an enemy moving in the shadows, waiting to take from him what he loved. He had watched days pass with a kind of quiet suspicion, youth fading in faces, fruit ripening and spoiling, roofs darkening under rain, paths disappearing under weeds, voices growing weaker with age. He had seen all this before, of course. Anyone who lived even a little while saw such things. But seeing was not the same as receiving. He had seen change only with the mind that resists, the mind that keeps saying no after life has already said yes. Now, as he walked beside the Blessed One through fields silvered by early light, along forest paths strewn with dry leaves, past rivers carrying reflections that could not be grasped, he began to feel impermanence not as a thought to be understood, but as a rhythm moving through everything. Nothing announced it. Nothing argued for it. The world simply revealed it again and again, with a patience greater than language. One evening they came to a river at dusk. The water was neither hurried nor still. It moved with that quiet certainty only rivers possess, as if it had no fear of where it was going, because it had never imagined it could remain where it was. The monk stood at the bank and watched strands of grass bow at the edge of the current. Small leaves, loosened from branches upstream, drifted past in circles of dim gold. The sky above was turning the color of ash and rose. A single star appeared and trembled in the moving surface below. He found himself unable to look away. How many times, he wondered, had he asked life to be other than a river? How many times had he begged it, in his own ways, to become a stone? He remembered the years before he met the Buddha's teaching, when every loss felt like an injustice, every ending like a personal wound inflicted by a world that should have known better. If a friendship cooled, he suffered not only because affection had changed, but because he believed it should not have changed. If a body weakened, he grieved not only pain, but the broken bargain he thought existence had made with him. If joy passed quickly, he blamed the passing itself rather than the grasping that tried to freeze it in place. He had not known that so much of his suffering came not from life's movement, but from his demand that it stop. The river gave him no reply, and yet in its refusal to pause it answered everything. Nearby, the Buddha sat beneath a tree whose roots touched the damp soil. He did not speak. There was no discourse unfolding, no careful explanation. The evening itself was enough. The monk could hear insects beginning their night song. He could smell wet earth cooling after heat. He could hear, every now and then, the soft shift of a sandal against ground, the settling of cloth, the faint splash of something entering water and being taken at once into its wider flow. He thought of footsteps on a path after rain. At first they appear clearly in the mud, each heel and arch distinct, proof that someone passed there. But by morning the edges soften. By afternoon the marks are half filled with water or disturbed by wind. Then another rain comes, or a herd moves through, or sunlight dries the ground and cracks it. Soon there is no sign left. Yet was the step unreal because it vanished? Was its passing a betrayal, or had he simply been expecting a footprint to become eternal? A tenderness rose in him then, surprising and unforced. He had spent so long at war with disappearance. so long treating the fading of things as if it cancelled their beauty. But perhaps beauty had always lived with vanishing. Perhaps what made moonlight so gentle was precisely that it could not be held until morning. Perhaps the fragrance of rain moved the heart because it arrived, deepened, and passed. Perhaps the call of a night bird was sweet because it dissolved into silence as it was heard. He looked up. The moon had lifted now, pale and calm, laying a path of shaken silver across the river. But the path was not real in the way a road is real. It appeared only because of angle, darkness, movement, and light. Try to step onto it, and there would be nothing to stand on. Try to gather it in the hands, and there would be only water. Still, no one seeing it would call it meaningless. It was beautiful, precisely because it shimmered between appearing and vanishing. Something in him loosened further. He remembered his younger self, clutching at praise, afraid of blame, wanting the healthy body, the favorable season, the approving gaze, the promise that what pleased him today would still be there tomorrow unchanged. Even in the monastery, even after shaving his head and taking robes, traces of that old bargaining remained. He still wanted meditations to feel as calm as they had the day before. He still wanted sorrow to leave in the proper order and not return. He still wanted insight to arrive and then stay brightly lit forever, like a lamp protected from every wind. But the mind itself was weather. Some mornings it opened like a clear sky over water. Some evenings it thickened with old grief for no visible reason. A memory could rise and fade. Irritation could appear and dissolve. Hope could brighten, dim and brighten again. None of it stayed. Even what he called myself changed in texture from hour to hour. The one who woke was not quite the one who fell asleep. The one who sat in confidence at noon might kneel in uncertainty by night. And yet he had suffered by insisting there must be somewhere inside him, a fixed climate, a permanent season, a final arrangement he could maintain, if only he tried hard enough. The Buddha had taught this before. He had heard the words, "All compounded things are impermanent. Whatever arises passes away." But teachings received by the ear are one thing. Teachings received by the whole body are another. Standing beside the river, he did not feel he was memorizing truth. He felt he was being gently included in it. A breeze moved through the trees behind him. Leaves answered with their own dry whispering, each branch releasing and receiving motion. Some leaves clung. Some had already fallen and gathered at the water's edge, darkened by damp and beginning to soften back into earth. He picked one up. Its green had gone. Its veins were delicate as old hands. It seemed so fragile that it might break with the smallest pressure. Yet it did not grieve its own condition. It had not failed by becoming what all leaves become. It had simply continued. He smiled, almost sadly, at how often he had mistaken continuation for loss alone. For if leaves did not fall, how would the tree rest? If clouds did not break, how would rain come? If rain did not stop, how would seeds warm? If old bark did not split, how would the trunk widen? If night did not yield, how would dawn be recognized? Change was not only the undoing of forms. It was also the secret by which life moved, healed, adapted, forgave itself, began again. This touched an older wound. There were things he had regretted for years, moments when harsh words escaped him. Times he turned away from someone's need out of pride or fear. Seasons in which he wasted himself chasing approval, comfort, or certainty. Often he had carried these memories as if they were iron nailed into the past, permanent evidence against him. Yet now another understanding came quietly forward. If all things are changing, then even guilt need not remain fixed in the shape it first took. Remorse could mature into humility. Shame could soften into care. Ignorance could ripen into patience. The one who had once caused pain was not condemned to stay inwardly identical forever. Impermanence did not excuse harm, but neither did it imprison a person inside old mistakes. The realization filled him not with pride, but with relief so gentle it nearly felt like grief. How many years had he spent punishing himself by assuming that what had been must always define what is? How many others had he judged the same way, fastening them to a single action, a single failure, a single season of blindness? To see change only as threat was one kind of suffering. To forget that change also makes transformation possible was another. Across the river, reeds leaned together in the night wind and rose again. Somewhere in the dark, a fish broke the surface for an instant, leaving widening circles that thinned and disappeared. He watched those circles fade and thought of anger. How many times had anger entered him like that, sudden and sharp, seeming at first like the whole of the mind, yet left unfed, it too widened, weakened, vanished. Sorrow was like this. Fear was like this. Even delight was like this. Nothing stayed long enough to justify the old desperation with which he had grasped or resisted, and the more deeply he allowed this truth to settle, the less frightening it became. At first, impermanence had sounded to him like a sentence pronounced over everything he loved. Now it began to sound like a lullaby spoken by the world itself. Rest, it seemed to say. You do not have to hold the moon in place. You do not have to command the river not to move. You do not have to preserve each blossom from falling, each face from aging, each season from turning. You may love them while they are here. You may bless them as they pass. This did not erase sadness. He knew well that tears would still come. When illness entered a home, when death approached a familiar bed, when separation opened between hearts, the body would still tremble, love would still ache. The doctrine of impermanence was not a stone wall against human feeling. It was something gentler and more honest. It allowed sorrow to flow without turning it into accusation. It allowed him to mourn without declaring war on reality. As night deepened, the Buddha rose and began walking slowly along the bank. The monk followed a few steps behind. Sand shifted softly underfoot. At places the earth was firm. At places it gave way. Their footprints marked the shore briefly in the moonlight. He looked down at them as they moved. Already the nearest prints had begun to lose definition, where the damp ground loosened at the edge. Soon, water would come higher. By morning, perhaps, there would be nothing visible left of this walk, yet the walk was real. The teaching was entering him in this very way, not as something carved beyond change, but as something lived within it. The Buddha's compassion, too, seemed woven into this understanding. He did not ask people to become stone. He did not promise an untouched life. He pointed again and again to the way things are, and in that honesty there was immense mercy. To stop demanding permanence from the impermanent was not despair. It was sanity. It was the beginning of peace. The monk felt then a strange gratitude for all that had altered beyond his permission, for the illnesses that had humbled him, for the losses that had stripped his illusions, for the friendships that had changed and shown him where attachment hid beneath affection, for the failures that taught him to bow, for the body's weariness that reminded him each day to be gentle. He would not have chosen suffering, but he could now see that the refusal to learn from change had once deepened every wound. A cloud crossed the moon, and for a few moments the river darkened. Then the cloud passed, and silver returned. Nothing in the sky clung to its previous form. Nothing argued with the movement. The scene altered, and altered again, with such quiet completeness that his heart, instead of tightening, softened around it. He understood now that healing itself depends on impermanence. No fever breaks if conditions cannot shift. No grief lightens if the mind remains frozen. No harsh season inside the heart ever ends if weather does not move through. The very reason pain could visit was also the reason pain could leave. The very law that takes away also carries forward. Under its touch, wounds close, enemies reconcile, strangers become dear, and even a mind long bound in fear can become spacious. This was why the truth no longer felt cruel. It felt intimate. The earth changed beneath every step. The river remade its own surface with each breath of wind. The trees were always becoming root, trunk, leaf, shadow, soil. The body was changing while he stood there. The thoughts through which he named the world were already dissolving into the next thoughts. And instead of panic, he felt something like being held by a vast and tender motion that required nothing from him but consent. Not the consent of defeat, the consent of trust. He walked on in silence, listening to water fold over itself in the dark, listening to the soft living sounds of night rise and disappear, listening to the unspoken teaching continue on every side. And as the fear of change loosened its hold, another question began quietly to form within him, deeper than sorrow, deeper even than relief. If all things move, alter, and pass in this way, then what is it that trembles and reaches after them? What is it that says mine in the middle of a flowing world? What is it that clings in the midst of all this passing? The question did not leave him when dawn came. It followed him into the pale blue morning, into the washing of his bowl, into the sound of sandals brushing dust along the path. It remained beside him as the monks walked in single file through the village, receiving rice from rough hands and jeweled hands alike from old women with bent backs and children still half asleep. He noticed how quickly the mind answered every face, kind, proud, poor, generous, distracted, safe, not safe, familiar, strange. The naming happened with such speed that it seemed older than thought itself, and with each naming came the faint, nearly invisible feeling of someone in the center doing the naming, someone steady, someone to whom all experience belonged. Yet when he turned to look for that one, he found only another thought already fading. He carried this unease like a small stone hidden in his robe. It did not wound him, but he could not forget it. All his life he had protected a self he could not quite locate. He had defended its honor, fed its preferences, feared for its future, mourned its injuries, polished its memory, compared its worth with the worth of others. He had called this devotion natural, necessary even. But now, under the quiet pressure of the Blessed One's teaching, that certainty had begun to tremble. Later, when the sun stood high and the heat made even the birds fall silent, he sat with the Buddha beneath a stand of sal trees. The air was still. Resin warmed in the bark, releasing a faint sweetness. The monk had not intended to speak. Some questions feel too large to place into words, yet the silence around the Buddha often made truth easier to confess. "Master," he said at last, his voice low, "I can understand that the body changes. I can understand that feelings change and thoughts change and moods change. I can watch them come and go, but something in me still believes there must be an owner behind them. Someone who has these thoughts, someone who suffers them, someone who continues." The Buddha turned his gaze toward him, not sharply, but with full presence, as one might turn toward a child speaking from the heart. "And when you seek this owner," the Buddha asked, "what do you find?" The monk hesitated. "Only more experience, more seeing, more thinking, more searching." The Buddha nodded. "If a cart is brought before you, what is it?" The monk had heard teachings like this before, but now he listened differently, as though his own peace depended on hearing clearly. "It is wheels, axle, frame, yoke," he said. "And which part is the cart?" "No single part, master." "And apart from those parts, where is the cart?" The monk lowered his eyes. "I cannot say that it exists apart from them." The Buddha's voice remained gentle, yet the word has its use. If one says, "Bring the cart," others understand. There is no error in this. If one does not imagine a hidden essence sitting inside the wood, so too with what you call I. There is body, feeling, perception, formations of mind, consciousness. Their meeting is named in a convenient way, but convenience becomes confusion when the name is worshipped as a permanent owner. The monk listened, but his chest tightened. If there is no owner, then who walks the path? Who keeps the precepts? Who remembers the teaching? Who is freed? The Buddha did not answer at once. A breeze moved through the sal leaves, and light shifted on the ground in small broken coins. There is walking, he said. There is remembering. There is intention, effort, and the ending of grasping. The river flows without a fixed traveler hidden in the water. The flame burns without a tiny master seated inside the fire. You fear that without a fixed self, nothing remains. But look closely. What truly troubles the heart is not the simple process of living. It is the burden of guarding what was never stable. These words entered the monk slowly. Part of him understood, another part recoiled. Because if this was true, then much of what he had called life was built around a misunderstanding. The praise he secretly stored, the insults he secretly revisited, the old scenes he replayed to justify himself, the imagined future in which he would finally become worthy in his own eyes. All of it depended on a central figure he kept trying to secure. That afternoon, in meditation, he sat with greater honesty than before. He no longer wished merely to be calm. He wished to know. The body touched the earth, pressure in the legs, warmth in the hands, a pulse at the throat, breath entering cool, leaving warm. Then a memory arose with no invitation. His father's face, stern and disappointed, from many years before. Immediately the old contraction came. Shame moved through the belly like a knot being pulled tight. Then anger followed behind it, swift as a shadow. He watched the mind say, "He should not have spoken to me that way." Then another voice, quieter but more painful. "I was not enough." He remained still. The memory flickered, the sensations shifted. The anger sharpened, then thinned. Shame rose, stayed, dissolved into heaviness, then into nothing he could clearly name. Thought reached again for the story, trying to rebuild it, trying to make the moment solid. But even the story would not hold. Sentence after sentence broke apart before it could become a world. Who owned this shame? Who was producing it? Who was wounded now, in the shade of these trees, by words spoken years ago? He searched, not with violence, but with patient attention. There was pain, yes. There was memory, there was resistance, there was the urge to gather these moving pieces and call them me. But the owner itself remained strangely absent, as if it existed mainly in the act of claiming. This did not feel triumphant. It felt strange, almost disorienting, like finding that a door he had leaned against for years opened onto empty space. For a moment, fear rushed in. If there was no solid one behind experience, then what was he? What kept him from vanishing? His breath grew shallow. The old instinct to grasp returned at once. He wanted a clear answer, a firm edge, something he could hold and say, "There, that is who I am." Then he remembered the Buddha's tone, not dismissing his fear, not mocking it, only inviting him to look more carefully. So he looked. A sound of wind through leaves, hearing, a prickling at the knee. Sensation, a thought, "I am losing something." Thought, a wave of fear, feeling, a tightening in the chest, sensation again. A wish for the fear to end. Desire then after a few breaths, space, quiet, not the destruction of experience, but its simple unfolding. No owner appeared. Only events, intimate and immediate, each arriving in dependence on causes, each passing when those causes changed. He opened his eyes after some time and found the world undiminished. The trees had not become less green. The earth had not fallen away. The sky did not mourn the absence of a fixed self. A bee moved from one small flower to another with complete seriousness. Somewhere nearby, a novice laughed and was hushed by an elder monk. Life continued in its ordinary fullness. That evening he walked beside another monk, an older man with kind, weathered features and a limp from an injury long ago. They carried water jars back from the well as twilight gathered around the monastery. "You are quiet today," the older monk said. "I have been trying to understand something," he replied. The elder smiled faintly. "That can be a fruitful activity, or a painful one, perhaps both." They walked a few more steps. Frogs were beginning their night song near the reeds. "I keep hearing that what I call myself is not fixed," the younger monk said. "But if I do not think of myself as a self, I become afraid. It sounds like being erased." The older monk shifted the jar on his shoulder. When I first heard the teaching, I thought the same. I imagined I was being asked to become nothing. But that was only the self fearing its own throne was in danger. The younger monk glanced at him. Then what is this teaching for you now? The elder was silent for a while, as if he wished to speak only what had truly ripened in him. It is the difference, he said at last, between using a name and being imprisoned by it. We still answer when called. We still mend robes, keep the path to the village, speak kindly or foolishly, and experience the consequences. The person functions. But the fantasy that there is a sealed and permanent core inside, separate from all conditions, defending itself against life, that fantasy brings much misery. He looked ahead into the dim path. When pain comes, he continued, the mind says, why is this happening to me? When praise comes, it says, this proves what I am. When blame comes, it says, I am diminished. Around and around. But if one sees that experience is happening through changing conditions, not to a fixed little monarch within, then there is more room. Pain is still pain. Joy is still joy. Yet they do not imprison in the same way. The younger monk let this settle in him like water settling after it has been stirred. More room. That phrase entered him softly. That night, unable to sleep, he lay listening to the breathing of the other monks. Some breathed deeply, some lightly, one with a slight whistle through the nose. In the darkness he considered all the selves he had tried to maintain. The obedient son, the promising student, the disciplined monk, the one who must not fail, the one who must be respected, the one who must secretly become better than others in order to feel safe. So much effort had gone into holding these forms together, so much fatigue. He did not suddenly stop believing in them. Such structures do not vanish in a single hour, but he began to see that they were assembled, not absolute. Habits layered over memories, reactions shaped by old pleasure and old hurt, voices inherited from family, village, fear, hope. 1,000 conditions braided together and temporarily called a person. Tenderness arose then, unexpectedly, not because he had discovered some shining hidden essence at last, but because he had not. The thing he had guarded so anxiously was less like a sacred stone, and more like a bundle carried for years without ever opening it. Inside were not commands from an eternal owner, but weather, impressions, longings, defenses, echoes. He almost laughed, though tears came instead. How hard he had worked to protect smoke. Yet the insight was not bleak, it was merciful. If the self was not a fixed prison, then perhaps he was not condemned to repeat every old pattern. If anger was conditioned, it could soften. If fear was conditioned, it could be met. If shame was conditioned, it need not be his secret name forever. The teaching of no self did not say that nothing mattered. It said that no wound needed to become an identity, and no passing thought deserved to rule like a king. In the days that followed, he practiced watching more carefully. A pleasant sensation arose while eating sweet mango offered by a villager. Immediately the mind leaned forward. More. Then it vanished. An itch arose during meditation, aversion. Then passing. A memory of being praised by the Buddha for diligence. Warmth, pride, subtle grasping. Then passing, a harsh word from another monk. Hurt, defense. The sudden building of a righteous self. Then, if he stayed quiet long enough, passing, again and again he saw that experience moved by lawfulness, not ownership. Contact, feeling, craving, clinging, becoming. Not because a permanent self commanded it, but because causes gave rise to effects. This did not make him cold. On the contrary, it made him gentler. He became less eager to accuse himself for every dark emotion, and less eager to justify it. When sadness came, he learned to whisper inwardly, "This too is a visitor." When pride came, this too. When fear came, this too. He was beginning to understand why the Buddha taught with such patience. To hear that there is no fixed self before the heart is ready can sound like a threat, but to discover it directly, in the quiet honesty of observation, is different. It feels less like annihilation than like setting down armor after years of wearing it to sleep. The body is still there, tender and vulnerable. The world is still uncertain, but something unnecessary is no longer being carried every hour. One evening he returned to the edge of the river where he had once stood with his fear of change. The water moved as it had moved before, silver under the moon, never holding its shape for more than an instant. He watched the current bend, around stones and reeds without protest. He listened to insects singing from the banks. He placed a hand against his chest and felt the heart beating, not as proof of a separate self, but as part of this living stream of conditions. There was still a name by which others called him, still a history, still duties, still preferences that arose and faded. He had not become a ghost. He had simply begun, in small and trembling ways, to stop confusing the usefulness of a person with the fiction of a permanent owner. And as that confusion thinned, so did something else. The harshness with which he had measured himself began to soften at the edges. The old stories that demanded constant defense lost some of their force. Space opened where accusation used to live. As his grip on identity loosened, his heart became more spacious, and in that new spaciousness, forgiveness watched at last like rain moving over dry land. Forgiveness did not arrive all at once. It did not descend upon him like a bright understanding that erased every shadow as a single morning. It came the way dawn sometimes comes in the rainy season, slowly, behind thick clouds, almost unnoticed at first. A little less darkness in one corner of the sky, a softening in the shape of things, a gentleness that could be felt before it could be named. For many years, the monk had believed that he had already laid his past down. He had left his home. He had shaved his head. He had taken robes, discipline, silence, and long roads beneath the open sky. He had bowed, listened, practiced, endured. From the outside, his life had changed so completely that anyone looking at him might have thought the old man was gone. But beneath the stillness he had cultivated, certain memories remained folded away like garments never burned, only hidden. They waited in the inward chambers of the heart where the light had not fully entered. Sometimes they returned without warning. A tone of voice heard in a village courtyard would become his father calling his name, with disappointment already gathering in the throat. The sight of a mother lifting water from a well would bring back his own mother's wrists, thin from labor, moving before sunrise while he still slept. The laughter of boys on a roadside would stir a memory of his younger self, eager to be brave, eager to be admired, pretending certainty while fear trembled beneath every word. At night, especially when the air was cool and the body could not easily sink into sleep, the old life seemed to draw near. He would remember choices made in confusion, small acts of selfishness, moments when he had remained silent because truth might have cost him too much. Times he had spoken sharply to those who loved him because he did not know what to do with the unrest inside him. He remembered wanting to protect what was precious and failing. He remembered thinking that if he had been stronger, wiser, quicker, less proud, less afraid, perhaps something dear would not have been lost. There are griefs that do not shout. They settle quietly into the bones. They become the way one holds the shoulders, the way one expects blame before it is spoken, the way one lowers the eyes even in moments of peace. This was how his past had lived within him, not always as clear scenes, but as a hidden verdict. A sentence carried forward year after year. You should have known, you should have stayed, you should have spoken, you should have saved them, you should have been better than you were. The mind can be merciless when it looks backward with knowledge that was not available in the moment. It judges the frightened child by the standard of the awakened sage. It asks the wounded heart why it did not act as though it had never been wounded at all. One evening, after walking with the Blessed One, through a grove where the wind moved softly in the upper branches, The monk sat alone at the foot of a tree and felt those old accusations begin to rise again. But something in him had changed. He did not turn away as quickly as before. He did not bury the memory beneath recitation or force his attention elsewhere. He stayed. He let the past come. He saw himself as a young man standing outside the house where illness had entered like a thief. He remembered the smell of oil lamps and damp cloth. He remembered wanting to go in, wanting to be useful, and being afraid of what he would see. He remembered delaying, telling himself he would enter in a moment, then another moment, while time narrowed, and what needed to be said remained unsaid. He had carried shame for that hesitation ever since. In later years, the scene had become simple in his mind. There had been need, and he had failed. But as he sat beneath the tree, breathing in the cool evening air, another layer of truth revealed itself. He saw the youth more clearly. He saw a face pale with helplessness, hands that did not know what to do, a heart that loved deeply and feared deeply at the same time. He saw not a villain, not a coward made of stone, but a human being standing at the edge of pain, too large for his understanding. Someone unprepared, someone not yet ripened by sorrow, someone who believed, in some desperate corner of the mind, that waiting one more moment might somehow delay the blow. Tears came then, quietly. Not dramatic, not wild. They slipped down his face with the humility of old rain returning to the earth. For so long he had remembered only the failure. He had not remembered the fear. Or rather, he had remembered it only in order to despise it. He had treated his younger self as though fear itself were a crime. Yet what is fear in an untrained heart, if not a form of suffering? What is confusion, if not a kind of blindness? He had asked compassion of the world, while refusing it to the one person who had been with him in every moment of his life. He pressed his palms together and bowed his head, not to an image, not to an idea, but to that younger being he had carried like a prisoner inside him. In the days that followed, more memories came. A friend to whom he had spoken carelessly, thinking there would always be time to make it right. An elder whose advice he had dismissed, because pride burns hottest in those who feel smallest inside. A time when he had walked away from someone else's sorrow, because he feared it would awaken his own. He remembered the hunger of ambition, even in simple things, the wish to be seen as good rather than the deeper wish to become good. He remembered the ways he had tried to protect himself by closing the heart, and the harm that closure had caused. Each memory arrived with its own sting, but now, instead of building a case against himself, he tried to look as the Buddha looked. This did not mean calling darkness light. It did not mean pretending harm had not been done, or that pain had not spread outward from pain. The Blessed One never taught blindness wrapped in sweet words. He saw causes and consequences with terrible clarity. He did not make confusion noble. He did not excuse cruelty because it came from woundedness, but neither did he condemn the person as fixed forever by what had been done in ignorance. The monk had seen this many times. He had watched the Buddha receive the angry, the ashamed, the grieving, the lost. He had seen men approach carrying deeds they could barely bear to name. He had seen women bowed under blame that had hollowed them for years, and the Blessed One did not flinch from truth. He did not deny the wound, yet in his presence, people were not reduced to the worst thing they had done or failed to do. It was as if his wisdom could see all the fractures in a human life, without turning those fractures into final identity. Remembering this, the monk began to understand how he too might hold his own history, not as innocence, not as permanent guilt, but as conditioned sorrow, blindness, longing, fear, habit, love distorted by ignorance, choices made with a mind still clouded. One morning, while the community rested near a quiet stand of sal trees, he found himself thinking again of his father. This memory was harder than the others. There had been harshness between them. Expectations sharpened into judgment. love that never learned how to sound like tenderness. As a young man, he had wanted approval and rebelled against needing it. He had answered criticism with silence, then with anger, then with absence. After leaving home, part of him had blamed his father for many years. If only he had been gentler. If only he had seen me. If only he had not made home feel like a place where the heart must hide. These thoughts were not entirely false, yet they had hardened into a story that allowed the monk to suffer without fully grieving. Blame can feel stronger than sorrow. It gives the mind a wall to lean against, but walls also keep the heart from opening. As he sat with the memory, he let the image of his father become more human, not only stern, but tired, not only demanding, but afraid in his own way. A man shaped by burdens never spoken, by losses he himself had inherited, by a world that taught him hardness before it taught him love. The monk could not know every wound his father carried, but he could feel, for the first time without resistance, that suffering had not begun with him. It had moved through generations like a fire passed from hand to hand by those who never meant to burn anyone, only did not know how to set the flame down. This understanding hurt, and because it hurt, it healed. He wept then not only for himself, but for the man he had spent so many years opposing in his mind. He wept for the father who did not know how to bless gently, for the son who did not know how to ask for softness, for all the words that should have been spoken in a quieter room, under kinder conditions, before time became irreversible. There was no miracle in that moment, no voice from the sky, no memory corrected into a beautiful ending. The dead were not returned, the unsaid remained unsaid. But blame loosened. In its place arose something more spacious and more honest, grief without accusation. He began to see that much of his hidden suffering had come not only from what happened, but from the relentless argument he had carried against reality. This should not have been my father. I should not have been that son. That day should not have unfolded as it did. But life had already happened. To keep fighting what had been was to keep the wound open with his own hands. This did not mean passivity. It did not mean one must accept injustice as good. It meant simply that what had occurred could only be met wisely if first it was admitted fully. The past could not be purified by hatred. It could only be understood. And understanding, when joined with tenderness, became forgiveness. Gradually he spoke inwardly the words he had never known how to say. To the young self who trembled at the door of illness, you were afraid and you loved. Both were true. To the self who chose poorly, you did harm in confusion, and you can learn. To the heart that could not save what it cherished, your inability was not indifference. To the father who failed to love gently, you too were shaped by pain. To those he had hurt, may the truth of what happened be honored. May whatever can be mended in this life be mended. May what cannot be mended be held in compassion. As these silent offerings moved through him, he felt no sudden purity. He felt human, tenderly, irrevocably human. And this, strangely, brought relief. He no longer needed to pretend he could have been flawless, if only he had tried hard enough. He no longer needed to punish the past, in order to prove that he now understood better. The lesson had already entered him. The sorrow had already done its work. When next he walked near the Buddha, he noticed that same quality in the Blessed One's presence, a steadiness large enough to include imperfection without collapsing into despair. The Buddha did not look away from suffering. He simply refused to add hatred to it. In that example, the monk found courage. If awakened wisdom could meet the broken places of the world without contempt, perhaps he could meet the broken places within himself in the same way. That evening, the air was very still. The last light rested on the trunks of the trees, and somewhere in the distance a bird called once, then fell silent. The monk sat with his breath and felt that the old chamber inside him, the one long crowded with accusation, had changed. It was not. Grief still lived there. Memory still had weight. but the room had windows now. Air moved through it. What had been sealed had opened. He placed a hand over his heart, as he had done before, and this time what he felt was not merely the pulse of impermanence, but a deeper mercy moving through all things that are fragile and unfinished. He understood that forgiveness was not forgetting, nor excusing, nor making pain small. It was the refusal to make pain the final truth, and because the final truth was no longer accusation, the present began to feel different around him. The night sounds seemed clearer. The earth beneath him felt trustworthy. Even the ache of memory had softened enough to rest without ruling him. What was here now no longer had to compete with all that had been. With the past no longer clutched so tightly, his mind settled more easily into the life before him. A bowl could be washed as a bowl. A path could be walked as a path. A face could be met without old shadows standing between one heart and another. The current moment, which had always been waiting, could finally be received with a steadier pair of hands. And in that quiet steadiness, the monk discovered that release was not a door he forced open, but a burden he had slowly stopped carrying. Once that burden had grown lighter, another discovery began to unfold. Not with drama, not with revelation like thunder across the hills, but with the softness of dawn entering a room that had long been closed. The monk had once believed that peace would arrive as a grand reward, something bright and unmistakable, something that would prove he had finally become worthy of the path. Yet what came instead was simpler than he had imagined. It came in ordinary moments, in humble things, in the quiet places where no one would think to search for treasure. He noticed it first in the mornings, before the sun had fully lifted itself over the trees. While the world still rested beneath a pale veil of mist, he would step outside and feel the coolness gather on his skin. The air seemed to carry no demand. It did not ask him to become more than he was. It did not urge him toward achievement or praise. It merely touched him, light and clean, and in that touch, he felt himself included in the day before the day had begun to speak. He would stand for a few breaths, hearing the distant call of birds hidden among branches still grey with early light. Their songs were not composed for him, and perhaps that was part of their beauty. They arose from life simply being life. No bird strained to make its note more important than another. No tree reached upward in jealousy of the sky. The mist did not hurry to become rain, and the earth did not complain about the weight it carried. Everything seemed to rest in its own nature, and being among them, the monk felt his own spirit slowly learning the same ease. There were mornings when he carried his bowl with hands that remembered former restlessness. In another season of his life, even such a simple act would have been shadowed by wanting. He might have compared his portion with another's, measured comfort against discomfort, imagined a better meal, a better robe, a better place to sleep, a better future in which his mind would no longer trouble him. Desire had once woven itself through nearly every gesture, making even the smallest necessity feel unfinished. Now, when rice was placed into his bowl, he found himself pausing in quiet wonder. White grains, still warm, rising with a little steam into the cool air, nothing elaborate, no richness, no ornament. Yet sometimes he looked at that plain food as if seeing a small miracle. Rain, sun, the labor of hands, the kindness of those who offered it, the long chain of visible and invisible care that had brought this nourishment into the curve of his bowl. Enough for the body. Enough for this morning. Enough to continue. He did not always feel gratitude as a bright emotion. More often it arrived as a deep settling, a loosening of the old fear that there would never be enough, that he would somehow be left outside the circle of life's kindness. With each ordinary meal accepted without complaint, that fear lost a little more of its authority. He began to understand that contentment was not the excitement of receiving everything one wants. It was the gentler blessing of no longer needing the moment to be other than it was. His robes, too, taught him this lesson. They were worn from use, softened by weather and washing, marked by time in ways no careful hand could fully erase. Once, their roughness would have spoken to him of lack. He might have felt their plainness as a sign of what he had given up, or of what others still possessed. But now when the cloth moved against his body, he felt a kind of companionship in it. These robes had walked through heat and wind. They had dried after rain. They had wrapped him through nights of uncertainty and mornings of quiet awakening. Their age did not diminish them, it made them honest. He would mend a tear with patient fingers and feel no bitterness. There was something unexpectedly tender in caring for what was already his, rather than dreaming endlessly of what was not. The world had taught many people to look past what remained in their hands, urging them always toward the next acquisition, the next satisfaction, the next imagined improvement. But the monk was learning another way. To repair was also to respect. To continue using what still served was also to bow to the life within things. Even silence changed its character for him. There had been a time when silence exposed him. In silence, old shame had risen, old longings had sharpened, unanswered questions had pressed close. Silence had seemed empty, only because he had filled it with struggle. But now it drew near like a trusted friend who asked nothing and concealed nothing. He could sit beneath a tree, hearing leaves stir faintly in the wind, hearing some distant movement in the monastery courtyard, hearing his own breath enter and leave, and sense that the silence around all these sounds was not absence. It was presence without grasping. The companionship of silence became one of the great comforts of his days. It did not flatter him. It did not entertain him. It did not help him forget. Instead, it gave him a place where nothing needed to be defended. There, he could simply be one breathing life among many, not superior, not inferior, not incomplete, just present. And yet desire had not vanished from him entirely. It still appeared in small, familiar ways. A sweeter taste when the tongue met food, a preference for shade on a hot day, a fleeting wish for softer ground beneath a tired body. At times there arose subtler forms of wanting, the hope that meditation would feel especially calm, the wish to be seen as disciplined, the desire to hold on to a peaceful state once it had appeared. These movements of mind did not disappear merely because he had understood something true. The old habits of reaching still visited him, but now he recognized them sooner. He could feel the first tightening, the slight leaning forward of the heart. He could notice how the mind began to whisper promises. If this changes, then ease will come. If that is gained, then happiness will stay. He did not hate these whispers. He did not panic at their return. He simply knew them better than before. They were no longer wearing sacred masks. They were no longer disguised as wisdom, urgency, or identity. They were just waves passing through awareness, asking to be believed. Sometimes he smiled inwardly when he saw them, not with mockery, but with affection, as one might smile at a child who reaches for the moon reflected in water. The wanting was sincere, it always had been. It simply did not know where to rest. And because he had begun to taste another kind of sufficiency, he did not have to obey every pull of preference. A desire could arise, bloom, and fade without becoming a command. This changed the rhythm of his days more than any outward event. Life grew less crowded inside him. There was more space between sensation and reaction, more room between thought and belief. If hunger came, he ate when food was offered. If weariness came, he acknowledged it without turning it into complaint. If pleasure visited, he received it gently, without clutching. If discomfort remained, he allowed it to be part of the day without granting it the power to define the whole of experience. In this way, joy became quieter but also more trustworthy. It was not the joy of triumph. It did not depend on being admired, or chosen, or made secure by favorable conditions. It did not announce itself loudly. It often appeared as a warmth beneath the breastbone, when the light fell softly across the path, or as a deep breath taken after work was finished, or as the simple relief of sitting down at evening with nothing left to prove. It carried no sharp edge of fear. It did not tremble at the thought of ending. Because it was not built on possession, it did not require guarding in the same way. He began to see that contentment was not a dull state in which all feeling had been pressed flat. It was not resignation. It was not the dimming of the heart. If anything, it made him more available to tenderness. Because he was less consumed by craving, he could notice more. The bent back of an elder carrying water, the laughter of novices before they remembered to quiet themselves, the glimmer of sun on wet stone after rain, the fatigue in another monk's eyes, the patience of hands preparing a meal, the fragile sweetness of things that do not last. Gratitude found room in such a life. Not gratitude forced as a discipline, not words spoken to improve himself, but gratitude that rose naturally from seeing clearly. A bowl of rice was no longer merely rice, it was support. A patch of shade was mercy. A bird's call at daybreak was a reminder that the world continues to sing without asking permission from sorrow. His worn sleeping mat was enough to hold a tired body. His breath was enough to accompany him through one more night. Even the silence between sounds seemed generous. At times he remembered the man he had once been, so quick to feel deprived, so easily troubled by comparison, so certain that peace would only begin after some final condition had been met. He did not condemn that earlier self. He understood now how fear disguises itself as ambition, how emptiness masquerades as hunger for more. He had chased intensity because he did not yet trust quiet. He had looked for completion in future moments because he had not learned how to receive the one already here. Now the present did not seem small to him. It seemed abundant in a different language. A plain day could be full. A modest meal could satisfy. A brief exchange of glances could carry warmth enough for hours. There were still hard moments, the body still tired. The weather still turned. Memory still drifted through him on certain evenings with a softness that could ache. But these no longer erased the underlying sense that life, as it was given, could be met without argument. He did not need every cloud to part in order to know the sky was there. This was the quiet joy of enough, not enough for vanity, not enough for endless fantasy, not enough to satisfy every old wound that still hoped to be healed by comfort, but enough for a human life honestly lived, enough for kindness, enough for practice, enough to sit beneath the changing heavens and feel no longer abandoned by the world, enough to let the heart rest where the feet already stood, and because there was less strain in him, there was more gentleness in the way he moved among others. He listened without preparing his reply so quickly. He noticed when another needed help before asking. He did not feel as threatened by another's gifts, nor as burdened by his own limitations. When someone spoke sharply, he was less likely to store the wound. When someone offered kindness, he accepted it without suspicion. Contentment was shaping not only his private thoughts, but the very atmosphere around his life. It was as though the mind, no longer driven so hard by thirst, had become a wider vessel. It could hold joy without clinging, sorrow without drowning, uncertainty without panic, and, within that widening, a new clarity began to emerge. The monk had walked beside the Buddha for some time now. He had listened, observed, practiced, struggled, and softened. But only in this ripening ease did he begin to understand certain things that could not be grasped through effort alone. When striving quieted, seeing changed. He found himself watching the Buddha in small moments he might once have overlooked. The way he accepted a simple offering without the slightest trace of ownership. The way he listened as if every voice, however uncertain, deserved the full shelter of attention. The way his presence carried neither heaviness nor distance, but a natural completeness that asked nothing from the world, and therefore could meet the world with unguarded compassion. In this quiet happiness, the monk came to see the Buddha with new eyes. He no longer looked at the Blessed One only in the hours of teaching, when words were offered like clear water to thirsty minds. More and more, he came to understand the life around the teaching as part of the teaching itself. Their days of walking had become so familiar that once he might have called them ordinary, but now the ordinary had begun to shine with a kind of hidden precision. The path beneath their feet, the pauses beneath the trees, the waiting at the edge of a village for the right moment to enter, the way a robe was folded, the way a bowl was carried, the way silence was allowed to remain unbroken when no word was needed. These, too, were sutras, though no one recited them aloud. In earlier days, the monk had imagined that wisdom would reveal itself in flashes, in great pronouncements, in answers powerful enough to end all doubt at once. He still honored the formal teachings with all his heart. He still remembered phrases that had entered him like lamps lit in a dark house. Yet he now saw that the deepest shaping of his life had often occurred outside those moments. It had happened while walking behind the Buddha on a dusty road. It had happened while watching him receive criticism without tightening. It had happened while seeing him respond to confusion without impatience and to praise without intoxication. The monk began to feel that he had been taught all along by 1,000 gestures so gentle he had not known, at first, how to read them. He remembered one afternoon when the heat was strong and the road ahead seemed longer than either of them had expected. He had been tired, though he had tried not to show it. His feet were sore, and a restless thought had risen in him. Why keep going now, when shade was near? He had said nothing. The Buddha had not turned and asked what troubled him. He had not given a discourse on endurance or discipline. He had only slowed, almost imperceptibly, and chosen a pace that breathed with the monk's weariness, instead of pressing against it. They had walked that way for some time, and by the time they reached the grove ahead, the monk's mind had changed. Not because his discomfort had vanished, but because he had felt it met without display. No lesson had been announced, yet one had entered him. Compassion did not always rescue. Sometimes it simply made space. He remembered another day when villagers approached with questions full of urgency. Some wanted certainty, some wanted blessings, some wanted to argue. One young man, flushed with cleverness, had spoken to the Buddha in a tone sharpened by the wish to defeat. The monk, hearing it, had felt his own body tense. Part of him wanted the Buddha to answer with force and sweep aside the arrogance before everyone. Instead, the Buddha listened. Not with indulgence, not with weakness, but with a calm so complete it gave no food to aggression. He answered only what needed answering. He left untouched what was still performed rather than sincerely asked. Later, as they resumed their walk, the monk realized that the most powerful response had not been the words. It had been the refusal to enter a contest that could produce no understanding. Timing, he saw, was part of wisdom. To speak too soon was one kind of blindness. To speak only when the heart before you could truly hear, that was another kind of compassion. Such understandings came to him gradually, not in triumph but in ripening. He began to notice that the Buddha never hurried to fill the empty spaces around another person's pain. If someone grieved, he did not rush to cover grief with brightness. If someone was confused, he did not mock confusion by offering a truth too large to be received. He met each person where they actually stood, not where he wished they stood. This too became a teaching for the monk. For years, he had thought discipline meant overcoming what was present. Now he saw that wisdom often began by not turning away from what was present. To see clearly was already a form of mercy. As this understanding deepened, so did his sense of the strange and tender intimacy of their shared life. They had walked through forests washed in dawn light and through fields where evening hung low and golden over the earth. They had crossed villages where children stared with wide curiosity, and old women bowed with tears in their eyes. They had sat through rains that softened the dust into dark, fragrant ground. They had passed funerals, festivals, births, arguments, hunger, laughter, and the endless turning of seasons. The monk had once believed he was merely accompanying a great teacher through the world. Now he felt something subtler and more sacred. He had been allowed to witness how an awakened heart moves among all conditions without withdrawing from them and without being captured by them. The wonder of this did not make him more dependent. In fact, it began to free him from a dependence he had not fully recognized in himself. There had been a time when he wanted nearness to the Buddha as reassurance. To be close was to feel safe. To hear his voice was to feel directed. To look at him was to remember what mattered when the mind threatened to scatter into old habits. There was innocence in this, and love, but also a hidden fear. Some part of the monk had believed that the path existed most fully where the Buddha's body was present, where his steps could be followed directly, where his face could be seen. Now, little by little, that belief softened. The change did not come because he loved the Buddha less. It came because he was finally beginning to understand what the Buddha had been showing him all along. The teacher was not asking to be clung to. He was pointing beyond himself even while walking beside him. Every instruction, every silence, every patient correction, every ordinary act of care had been directing the monk back toward the same place. His own capacity to awaken, his own responsibility to see, his own heart as the ground on which the path must be lived. One morning, before sunrise had fully opened, they paused near a stand of quiet trees. The world was still washed in that delicate hour when shapes are more felt than seen. Birds had not yet grown loud. The monk stood a short distance away, watching the Buddha adjust his robe with the same unhurried attention he gave to everything. There was no audience, no sermon, no occasion to sanctify the moment, and yet the monk felt tears rise without warning. He understood then that what moved him was not only reverence for the Buddha's greatness, it was gratitude for the complete honesty of such a life. Nothing was performed. Nothing was divided into sacred and unsacred. The care given to a robe, to a bowl, to a step upon the ground, to the listening of another's sorrow, all of it came from the same clear source. The monk lowered his gaze, not from shame but from fullness. He saw with a simplicity that pierced him that true discipleship was not admiration from a distance. It was not the collecting of teachings, as if they were ornaments for the mind. It was not staying near the teacher, in the hope that proximity alone would save him. True discipleship had become something quieter and more demanding. It meant allowing the shape of the path to enter his own conduct. It meant learning to carry water, receive insult, meet uncertainty, and offer kindness from the same steadiness he had witnessed in the Buddha. It meant becoming honest enough that no one, not even himself, could be deceived by pious appearance. It meant taking responsibility for the quality of attention he brought into each moment. This understanding did not make him proud. If anything, it made him softer. He thought of all the times he had reached for specialness in spiritual life, all the subtle ways the self had tried to survive even inside devotion. To be seen near the Buddha, to be known as one who walked with him, to feel chosen by closeness, these things had once mingled with his aspiration, though he had barely admitted it. Now they seemed almost childlike. The true honor was not to be identified as a companion of the Buddha. The true honor was to let the companionship change the fibers of his being. And because this became clear, his love changed character. Reverence remained, but it lost some of its trembling distance. In its place came a quiet kinship, humble and tender. He still bowed. He still listened with care. He still felt awe in the Buddha's presence. Yet alongside awe there now lived something gentler. The warmth of having shared roads, weather, hunger, stillness, and the simple rhythms of days. He no longer saw the Buddha only as a remote summit beyond reach. He saw him also as the one who had walked among human weariness without contempt, who had let others approach him in their brokenness, who had shown by countless ordinary acts that liberation need not remove one from life in order to sanctify it. Sometimes, as they walked, there was no conversation for long stretches. In the past, the monk might have searched those silences for hidden meaning, wondering whether he had missed some instruction or failed to ask the right question. But now, the silence itself became companionable. It was enough to hear the light rhythm of footsteps, the shifting wind through leaves, the faint clink of alms bowls, the breathing that rose and fell in peace. In such silence, he felt neither abandoned nor hungry for explanation. He felt included in something wordless and whole. The path was not always something to be described. Often it was something to be inhabited. He began to realize, too, that the Buddha's trust in him had been present long before he recognized it. Not trust that he was finished, or flawless, or incapable of falling into confusion, but trust that he could practice, that he could learn, that he could bear the truth when the time came. The Buddha had never treated him as someone who must remain small in order to remain close. He had never encouraged dependency as proof of devotion. Again and again, gently, steadily, he had directed the monk toward inner freedom. Even correction, when it came, had carried this trust. It had said, look more clearly, stand more honestly. Do not make a shelter out of what must become your strength. This awakened in the monk a gratitude too deep for easy speech. It was not the gratitude of one who has simply been helped. It was the gratitude of one who has been respected at the level of his deepest possibility. To be guided is a blessing, but to be guided in a way that calls forth one's own awakening, that is a rarer blessing still. The monk felt this as they moved from place to place, day after day, under changing skies. His heart no longer reached toward the Buddha with the desperation of a child afraid to lose a hand. It rested near him with the devotion of one who has begun, finally, to understand the gift being given. And what was that gift? Not the chance to remain forever in the teacher's shadow. Not exemption from sorrow, uncertainty, or change. Not an identity built around holiness. The gift was to discover that the same path illuminated by the Buddha must be walked within one's own body, one's choices, one's own mind. The teacher could show the way, embody the way, bless the way, and correct the way. But he could not walk it in another's heart. This truth did not diminish the beauty of walking beside him. It made that beauty more poignant, more real. Each shared day became precious, not because it could be possessed, but because it could not. The monk felt this now in the tenderness that rose unexpectedly at small things. The sight of the Buddha pausing to regard a wounded animal by the roadside. The patient way he received an old man speaking too slowly. The stillness with which he stood beneath evening light, as if nothing in heaven or earth needed to be added to the moment. These memories were no longer things the monk clutched in fear of losing them. They became seeds settling gently into the soil of his own becoming. So he walked beside the teacher with a heart less grasping and more awake. Gratitude took the place where dependency had once lived. Reverence deepened into steadiness. Love became quieter but truer. And in that quiet truth, he was being prepared for the understanding that all disciples, however devoted, must one day face. And with that quiet preparation, another kind of knowing began to enter him. It did not come all at once. It did not arrive like thunder, or like a sentence clearly spoken. It came the way evening comes to a forest path, so gently that at first nothing seems changed. The monk noticed it in fragments, a little more silver in the hair of elder disciples, the careful way some of the older monks rose after long sitting, the deepening lines at the corners of faces he had once thought almost untouched by time. The hot seasons returned and passed, then the rains, then the cool winds, And then again the warm dust of another year. Leaves opened, darkened, loosened, and fell. Rivers swelled, then shrank. Villages they had visited before now held children grown taller, and doorways that had once framed strong householders now framed. Those same people moving more slowly, leaning on sticks, speaking with softer breath. The monk had understood impermanence in many forms. He had seen clay bowls crack, fruit sweeten and spoil, grief rise and recede, anger flare and vanish. He had watched sickness humble the proud and watched joy leave as lightly as birds leaving a branch. He had listened to teachings on arising and passing away until his mind could follow the pattern with growing clarity. Yet there remained one place in him where understanding had stayed delicate and almost childlike, as if protected from the full weather of truth. It was the place that looked toward the Blessed One. For many years, the monk had moved in the radiance of that presence, with an innocence he scarcely recognized. The Buddha had seemed so steady that the heart, without asking permission, began to treat that steadiness as if it were a kind of mountain. Not unchanging, perhaps, for the teachings had made such fantasies impossible, but somehow beyond ordinary loss. Even when the monk knew better in thought, some deeper instinct still believed that this voice would continue, that these footsteps would always sound ahead on the road, that the familiar sight of the robe at dawn, touched first by pale light, would not truly disappear from the world. Then little signs began to gather. The Buddha still walked with dignity, but there were days when the body showed its years. After long travel, the pace was sometimes slower than before. At times he paused not merely to look upon a field or a stream, but because a body born into the world must answer the world's conditions. The monk noticed the delicate economy in certain movements, the quiet care with which disciples prepared a seat, the way concern flickered across older faces and was quickly covered with composure. None of this lessened the Buddha. If anything, it made the monk's reverence more intimate. The teacher was not some golden image untouched by dust, untouched by age, untouched by pain. He was alive within the same law he had spent his life revealing, and because he was alive within it, he would not remain forever. When this truth finally entered the monk not as doctrine but as feeling, sorrow opened in him like water released from a hidden spring. It surprised him with its force. He had thought himself prepared. Had he not meditated on decay? Had he not sat with the dead? Had he not watched countless endings and whispered inwardly, "This too changes, this too passes"? Yet the mind that speaks wisely and the heart that trembles are not always ripened at the same speed. He found, to his own astonishment, that he wanted to hold on. He wanted to keep the familiar cadence of the Buddha's speech, the unhurried rhythm that made even difficult truths feel bearable. He wanted to keep the sound of sandals on packed earth before sunrise. He wanted to keep the ordinary routines that had shaped whole years. Robes folded in certain ways, arms rounds through certain towns. The evening hush after questions were asked and answered. The subtle comfort of knowing that somewhere nearby the teacher also sat beneath the same darkening sky. He wanted to keep the nearness that had become woven into his days so deeply he no longer saw how much he leaned on it. This longing did not feel noble. It felt tender, almost helpless. Sometimes it rose while he watched the Buddha drink water. Sometimes while seeing him receive villagers with endless patience. Sometimes while hearing laughter ripple among younger monks and realizing with a sudden ache that one day those same monks would tell stories, beginning with the words, "When the Blessed One was still with us." The phrase itself seemed unbearable. Still with us, as though there could be a world in which that presence belonged to memory. The monk did not speak of this immediately. At first he carried it alone, embarrassed by the depth of his own attachment. He feared that such grief proved immaturity or lack of faith, or a selfish desire hidden beneath devotion. During meditation, images came unbidden. an empty place where the Buddha had once sat, a path walked without those recognizable steps, a morning where the community woke and the world felt altered in a way no dawn could mend. He would return to the breath, return to the body, return to the teachings, and still the ache remained, not loud, but persistent. As weeks passed, he began to notice that he was not the only one. There were glances among the disciples, brief and sorrowful. There were moments when someone listened to the Buddha with unusual intensity, as if trying to memorize not only the words but the spaces between them. There were younger monks who stayed a little nearer than before, and elder monks whose serenity now held a trace of gravity deeper than calm. No one needed to say aloud what all hearts had begun to feel. Love had made them vulnerable to the shape of coming absence. One evening, after the heat of the day had finally loosened and the air carried the scent of damp earth, the Buddha spoke to the gathered community in a way that seemed to answer what many had not voiced. The light was fading. Birds were settling. The monks listened in the stillness that comes when a room, or a grove, knows something important is near. The Buddha spoke of all compounded things as subject to dissolution. He spoke not harshly, not with the coldness of abstraction, but with the plain compassion of one who would not deceive those he loved. Bodies age, feelings alter, conditions disperse. What is born cannot be persuaded to remain. What is joined cannot avoid one day parting. Even the dearest forms, even the most luminous presences, must pass according to the law that governs all appearances. The monk felt each sentence like a bell sounding through a chamber he had tried to keep sealed. Yet the Buddha did not leave them in sorrow alone. He turned their hearts gently but firmly away from clinging to personality, even his own. To love the teacher, he said in essence, was not to bind oneself to the hope that his visible form could continue forever. To do so would be to miss the very freedom he pointed toward. If one made refuge only of a person, then fear would always sit close behind love. But if one took refuge in the Dharma, in the truth directly seen, practiced and embodied, then the heart could remain steady even when forms disappeared. The monk heard these words with both resistance and relief. Part of him wanted to cry out silently, but it is through this person that I learned to see. Through this face, this voice, this kindness, this patience. How can I not cling? How can I not grieve? Another part of him recognized the mercy in the teaching. The Buddha was not asking them not to love. He was asking them to love more truthfully, not as those who seize, but as those who honor. Not as those who demand that what comforts them must stay, but as those who bow to reality and let wisdom deepen the ache. The monk began, little by little, to understand the difference. Attachment had wanted to keep the Buddha near, so that the monk would not feel the emptiness of change. Love, ripening under the pressure of loss, began to want something quieter and stronger, to receive fully what was here, and to let it shape his own conduct so deeply that the outer nearness need not be the only vessel of connection. If he listened well, if he practiced sincerely, if he made his own mind a place where compassion, restraint, and clear seeing could live, then what he revered would not vanish, simply because a body aged. This did not erase his sadness. There were days when grief still visited like a low cloud. He would see the Buddha resting after travel and feel his throat tighten. He would hear a cough in the night and lie awake listening to the fragile fact of breath. He would watch morning light gather on the hem of the teacher's robe and feel such sweetness that it almost hurt. But now, instead of turning away from that pain or condemning himself for it, he learned to open around it. He let the sadness be known. He brought it into meditation not as an enemy, but as a trembling guest. Here is sorrow, he would note inwardly. Here is love touching impermanence. Here is the wish to hold on. Here is the fear of losing what has guided me. And as he sat with these movements honestly, something changed. The grief did not swallow him. It rose, quivered, and showed its texture. Beneath it was devotion. Beneath devotion, gratitude. Beneath gratitude, the dawning willingness to continue even without what had once seemed indispensable. One day he found the courage to speak privately with an elder disciple who had walked beside the Buddha far longer than he had. The elder listened without interruption, his face soft with recognition. When the monk confessed how much he feared the loss of the Buddha's physical presence, the elder did not correct him sharply or praise him sentimentally. He simply said that the heart often first learns through form what it must later discover as truth. The teacher's nearness had been a raft, a lamp, a shelter. But no shelter in this world was built to last forever. The task was not to deny sorrow. The task was to let sorrow refine love into practice. That phrase remained with him. Refine love into practice. So he began to attend more carefully than ever before, not with the frantic hunger of someone trying to store up enough memories to survive a famine, but with a quieter devotion. When the Buddha spoke, the monk listened for the living principle within the words, not only the comfort of the familiar tone. When they walked, he observed not only the beloved figure ahead, but the humility, patience, and wakefulness expressed in each ordinary act. When villagers came burdened by grief, confusion, pride, or regret, the monk watched how the Buddha met each one without aversion, without haste, without self-display. These were no longer merely beautiful traits in another person. They were instructions. The seasons continued their turning. A cool moon gave way to warm winds. Rains drummed on leaves and roofs, then departed. Paths hardened again beneath the sun. The monk sensed more acutely than ever that all life moved within these circles of appearing and fading. The body of the teacher moved within them too, noble and vulnerable at once. There was sorrow in this knowledge, yes, but also dignity. Impermanence was not an insult to love. It was the very condition that asked love to become wise. Sometimes, while sitting alone at dusk, the monk reflected on how different his heart had become. Earlier in his life, loss would have driven him toward desperation, toward grasping, toward the illusion that enough effort might stop time's hand. Now he could feel the same impulse arise and yet not obey it. He could weep inwardly and remain upright. He could ache and still breathe gently. He could love what was passing without trying to trap it inside the fist of desire. This was not indifference. It was not cold acceptance. It was a tenderness large enough to include pain. Gradually he sensed that the Buddha, in speaking of refuge in the Dharma, was giving the disciples one final and profound expression of care. A lesser teacher might have enjoyed being made indispensable. A lesser teacher might have allowed devotion to harden into dependence. But the Buddha kept returning them to the deathless through the changing, to the path through the person, to truth through affection. Again and again, he loosened their hands from whatever they tried to clutch. Not because he was distant, but because his compassion reached farther than comfort. The monk bowed to this inwardly. He still cherished the voice, the footsteps, the nearness. He did not pretend otherwise. But now when he heard the voice, he listened with gratitude instead of panic. When he noticed the footsteps, he let them echo through him without demanding that they continue forever. When he sat nearby in the evening hush, he allowed the sweetness of shared presence to fill him completely. And then, like incense fading into night air, he let it pass. In this way, grief became less a collapse than a deepening. The coming sorrow did not close his heart, it widened it. He discovered that to mourn with awareness was itself a kind of practice, a way of bowing to the fragile holiness of embodied life. He was learning that love need not possess in order to remain faithful. It could ripen into conduct, into remembrance that acts, into understanding that carries the teacher forward not as image alone, but as lived truth. And in the space opened by that sorrow, his deepest understanding quietly began to ripen. There was no sudden turning of the sky, no dream filled with signs. no blazing certainty that announced itself as a final answer. What came to him came the way dawn comes to a valley after a long cold night. First as a soft lessening of darkness, then as a clarity so natural that one can hardly say when it began. After years of walking beside the Blessed One, after years of listening, serving, remembering, grieving, and beginning, again the monk felt within himself a season of stillness, unlike any he had known before. He withdrew for a time from the movement of the larger community, not out of aversion, and not from weariness with others, but because something in him had become simple enough to require very little. A small dwelling at the edge of the forest was offered to him. It was no more than a shelter of wood and packed earth, with a woven mat, a water jar, and a low place for a lamp. Nearby stood several sal trees, and beyond them a narrow path ran toward a stream whose water moved over stone with a patient, untroubled sound. Birds called there in the early morning. In the late afternoon, wind travelled through the leaves like the hushed recitation of an unseen assembly. He accepted this place as one accepts a plain bowl placed in the hands. With gratitude and without decoration, his days became very small. He woke before first light. He washed his face in cool water. He sat while the stars still lingered. When the village path brightened, he took his robe and bowl and walked for alms without haste, looking neither proudly upward nor timidly down, but with the settled gaze of one who had at last ceased to search outside every face for what only wisdom could provide. He returned, ate in silence, cleaned his bowl and sat again. Sometimes he walked slowly beneath the trees. Sometimes he stood quite still, and felt the body breathing as though he were listening to a familiar companion speak plainly after many years of misunderstanding. At first, what he noticed was not ecstasy but honesty. The mind, no longer occupied by duties, memories, and the constant nearness of others, showed itself with great precision. Old tendencies still appeared. Regret would rise, delicate as mist. A memory of the Buddha's voice would come and bring a sweetness so piercing that for a moment he could feel the old ache of wanting one more teaching, one more question answered, one more evening in that calm presence. Then fear would sometimes follow close behind it, fear of losing the thread, fear of mistaking quiet for wisdom, fear that all his years of devotion had only made him skilled at reverence, not yet free. But now he did not wrestle with these movements as he once might have done. He knew how to sit among them. He knew how to feel the tightening in the chest, the quickening of thought, the subtle leaning forward of desire, and to recognize each as a passing pattern rather than a command. He had heard so often that suffering begins where grasping begins. And now, in the solitude of his own watching, this was no longer an idea. He could see a thought arise, and with it the urge to become someone safer, wiser, more certain. He could see how the self was built, moment by moment, out of preference and resistance, memory and anticipation. It was not a solid master hidden somewhere behind experience. It was a weaving, and what is woven can loosen. As days lengthened into weeks, attention grew cleaner. He no longer chased concentration, and because he did not chase it, it came with a quiet faithfulness. The breath was known simply as breath. Sensation was known simply as sensation. Sounds entered and faded. Light shifted across the floor. Hunger appeared, changed, and disappeared. Heat gathered by noon and softened by evening. A pain in the knee would sharpen, bloom, and then break apart into smaller flickers. Thoughts themselves became easier to observe. Some were bright and harmless. Some carried old authority. Yet all of them, when truly looked at, had the same nature. They formed, lingered briefly, and passed away. Impermanence was no longer a teaching he remembered because he had heard it from the lips of the enlightened one. It was the texture of every hour. He saw it in the stream, in the bodies of insects, in the weather of the heart, in the thinning strength of his own limbs. More importantly, he saw that the mind's refusal of impermanence was itself exhausting. So much strain had come from demanding continuity from what could not remain unchanged. So much sorrow had sharpened into anguish because he had whispered, even when he knew better, "Stay, stay, stay." One evening, as rain began beyond the trees, he sat listening to drops strike leaf, branch, roof, and earth. No rhythm held for long. No single sound could be kept, yet the whole was not broken. It was complete precisely because nothing in it lasted. In that listening, something in him softened further. He understood not through words, but directly, that he had spent years grieving the world for being true to its own nature. Birth moved toward aging, meeting moved toward parting, joy moved toward fading, bodies moved toward dust. This was not punishment. It was not failure. It was the way of conditioned things. To demand otherwise had been like scolding rain for falling or autumn for emptying the branches. And because this understanding was no longer harsh, compassion deepened with it. Before, compassion had sometimes contained hidden fear. He had wanted to ease pain partly because pain frightened him. He had wanted to protect others partly because loss felt unbearable. Now, sitting alone, he discovered a tenderness that did not panic. It could rest beside the wound of the world without turning away and without trying to make promises no human life could keep. He thought of the sick, the lonely, the angry, the vain, the bereaved, the hopeful, the confused. He thought of those who clung because they had never been shown another way. He thought of himself as he had once been, eager, devoted, secretly afraid. Warmth filled him, not as sentiment but as kinship. Everyone was carrying thirst. Everyone was building shelters in a burning field. How could he not be gentle? At times he remembered the Buddha's face, not as an image to preserve, but as a living expression of this very freedom. The serenity he had witnessed for so many years no longer seemed mysterious in the old way. It had not belonged to a special self separate from the world. It had arisen from seeing clearly, from not taking the shifting stream of body and mind to be a fixed I or mine. What had once looked unattainably radiant now felt intimate, almost startlingly near. Not because he had become extraordinary, but because the truth had always been near. It had been near in every breath, every loss, every attachment noticed, every moment of letting go. Sometimes while walking meditation along the narrow path, he would stop and look at his own hand. The hand aged, the skin held lines. Veins stood where once they had not. Feeling moved through it, warmth, coolness, tingling, pressure. But nowhere in that changing field could he find an owner apart from the changes themselves. He turned attention inward, to memory, mood, intention, awareness. The same was true there. Experience flowed, but the solid one he had defended for so long could not be found. There was care, but no possessor of care. There was knowing, but no fixed knower behind it. There was sorrow, then peace, then quiet joy, each dependent on causes, each dissolving as causes changed. This did not make him cold or unreal. On the contrary, the absence of a hard center made life feel more immediate. The call of a bird was wholly heard. The roughness of the mat was plainly known. The first taste of water in the morning was bright with freshness. A memory of his teacher no longer pierced him with deprivation. It came like moonlight on a familiar road, gentle, steady, sufficient. He could love without reaching. He could remember without reopening the old hunger. One dawn, while the eastern sky was just beginning to pale, he sat as he had sat countless times before. The body was upright but unforced. The breath entered and left with no need for management. The mind was alert, open, and without strain. A thought arose about the past and vanished. A sensation of cool air moved across his cheek and changed. From somewhere far off came the bark of a dog, then silent again. Nothing extraordinary occurred, and yet in that very ordinariness, the last hidden insistence began to release. It was as if he finally saw, with complete trust, that there was nowhere to stand outside the flow and no one who needed to stand there. The effort to secure himself, to preserve an identity through memory, role, achievement, even through holiness, was seen through from the root. All this time he had believed that peace would come when experience arranged itself gently enough, when grief settled enough, when understanding became luminous enough. But peace was not waiting at the end of arrangement. It was present the instant grasping ceased to organize the world around a center that could not be found. The release was quiet. No cry left his lip, no vision opened before him. There was only a profound ease, unmistakable and plain, like a knot in a cord giving way after years of being pulled tight. Fear did not disappear because he conquered it. It faded because the one around whom fear had always gathered was no longer believed in as before. Craving did not vanish because he had suppressed desire. It loosened because he saw its mechanism completely and did not feed it. Sorrow did not become impossible, but it no longer darkened into despair. It could move through the clear space of awareness without finding chains to drag behind it. He remained seated as light entered the hut. Dust motes drifted in a thin beam near the wall. A single leaf brushed the roof and fell away. He felt no need to name what had occurred. In some quiet chamber of memory, teachings heard years before seemed to bow to the simplicity of what was now known directly. Suffering, impermanence, compassion, non-self. These were no longer separate truths arranged in the mind. They belonged to one seeing. Because all conditioned things changed, clinging brought pain. Because no fixed self could be found, clinging had no rightful master. Because all beings suffered under this confusion, compassion was the natural flowering of wisdom. The pattern was whole. Tears came but softly, not tears of collapse, not even tears of grief alone. They came from the tenderness of recognizing how near the truth had always been. He had walked beside the Buddha and loved him with all the sincerity of his heart. He had looked to him as one looks to a lamp in a dark country, and indeed the teacher had been a lamp, steadfast, compassionate, clear, but no hand, however blessed, could place awakening inside another's chest. The light he had sought in the presence of the Buddha had always pointed him back to this immediate field of living experience. This body breathing, this mind knowing, this world appearing and passing, empty of ownership and full of wonder. He understood then why the greatest teachings had often sounded so simple. Attend carefully, see clearly, cling less, be kind, return again and again. The path had never hidden itself in complexity. It had only waited for the heart to stop bargaining with truth. When at last he rose, the day had fully begun. He stepped outside the hut. The forest seemed unchanged, and because it was unchanged, its beauty was almost unbearably gentle. Sunlight rested on wet leaves, the stream moved over stone. Somewhere a branch creaked. Life continued in its ordinary holiness, asking for nothing, withholding nothing. He began to walk slowly along the path, not as one seeking arrival, and not as one who had become separate from the sorrows of the world, but as one at home within their changing nature. The inward lamp was not a possession. It did not make him important. It only illuminated what had always been true. And from that quiet light, the remainder of his journey opened like evening ground, prepared at last for rest. He did not remain under that morning sky as a man set apart. He did not become distant, shining, unreachable. Instead, he kept walking. If you find this useful, subscribe to the channel, like this video, and leave a comment. Then let your thoughts soften again, and come back to the quiet image of the monk, stepping forward on the same earth he had always known, the same earth that received saints and laborers, mothers and children, the grieving and the joyful, without making any distinction among them. This was the shape his realization took. Not withdrawal into mystery, but intimacy with ordinary life. Not grand declarations, but a steady kindness that asked for no witness. He moved from village to village with the same robe, the same bowl, the same unadorned manner. Sometimes people knew his name, sometimes they did not, sometimes they bowed deeply before him. Sometimes they barely looked up from their work. Inwardly, these differences had grown light. Praise passed through him like a breeze through bamboo. Disregard did the same. What remained constant was his willingness to meet whatever appeared with care. He listened more than he spoke. This, perhaps, was what people felt first in his presence. Before they noticed the serenity of his face, they noticed that he did not rush to answer. He let sorrow finish its sentence. He allowed anger to burn itself into honesty. He gave confusion enough space to reveal the fear hidden beneath it. Many who came to him expected teachings made of difficult words. Instead, they found a man who received them completely, as though their pain did not inconvenience the world, as though their uncertainty was not shameful, as though the simple fact of being heard was already a kind of healing. When he did speak, his words were spare and warm. He spoke about breath entering and leaving. He spoke about the trouble created by clinging to what must change. He spoke about the exhaustion of building a self out of memory, comparison, and desire. He reminded people to notice the body when the mind became wild, to feel the soles of the feet on the ground, to let one moment be only one moment, rather than the burden of an imagined future. He did not speak as someone above suffering. He spoke as someone who had stopped arguing with the law of impermanence, and in that surrender had discovered tenderness instead of defeat. Those who lived near him came to trust the plainness of his life. They saw that he took no special comforts. He repaired his robe when it tore. He accepted food with gratitude, whether the meal was rich or thin. He washed his bowl carefully. He swept the places where he stayed. If he found a path cluttered with fallen branches, he moved them aside so it could walk more easily. If an old man needed help lifting water, he helped. If a frightened child hid behind a doorway, he crouched low and smiled with the soft patience of one who had no wish to be feared. There were days when he taught beneath trees, and days when he did not teach at all. On some evenings he sat in silence with villagers, as dusk gathered around their homes and cooking smoke rose into the darkening air. Nothing dramatic happened. A dog barked in the distance. A baby cried and was soothed. Someone laughed. Someone coughed. Someone stared into the fire, remembering a loss too private for language. The monk remained there among them, not trying to make life pure, not trying to remove its rough edges, but showing by his own composure that peace did not depend on perfect conditions. This was the deepest change. The world still changed as it always had. Bodies aged, seasons turned, friends separated, illness came without invitation, harvests sometimes failed, good intentions were misunderstood, storms broke branches that had stood for decades. Nothing in the outer fabric of existence had been rewritten for his sake. The stream still moved on. The leaves still fell. Death still visited every house in time. Yet the way he met each changing moment had been transformed so completely that his life seemed lit from within. He no longer demanded that reality become stable in order for the heart to rest. He no longer treated passing experience as a problem to defeat. He bowed inwardly to each arrival and each departure, and because of this, the flow of life ceased to feel like an enemy. At times, younger seekers came looking for him with the same hunger he had once carried in silence. Some had left comfortable homes because comfort had not answered their unrest. Some were exhausted by ambition and ashamed that success had not made them whole. Some were grieving, some were angry at the world, and beneath that anger, terrified by their own tenderness. They would arrive uncertain, carrying questions they had rehearsed for miles. Then they would see him sitting in the shade, or walking along a narrow path at dawn. And before any formal teaching began, something in them would grow still. It was not because he performed holiness. It was because in him they recognized a kind of unguarded calm that made no demand. Years earlier he had seen that same ease in the Buddha, though at the time he could not understand its source. He had only known that it was real, and that next to it, his own striving became visible. Now the circle quietly completed itself. The young looked at him as he had once looked at his teacher. They sensed in his presence that freedom might not be a distant reward, but a way of standing gently within this very life. Sometimes a novice would ask him, almost in a whisper, what had changed on the day his heart finally ceased its hidden struggle. The monk would often smile, not from secrecy, but from the difficulty of placing living truth into fixed speech. Then he would answer in a way that made the path feel near. He might say that the river had not changed, only the hand that tried to hold it, or that suffering grew heavier whenever the mind insisted that movement should stop, or that awakening was less like acquiring something brilliant, and more like laying down a burden one had carried so long it had begun to feel like identity. At other times he said very little. He invited the seeker to walk beside him. Together they would move through fields silvered by morning light or along forest edges where birds stitched sound into the cool air. They would pass people at work, children at play, old women sorting grain, men repairing fences, all of life unfolding in its endless mixture of effort and grace. The monk taught through the pace of his steps, through the ease of his breathing, through the way he noticed without grasping. The younger one would begin with restless thoughts and urgent questions, and after some time would find those questions loosening on their own, as though the body had remembered a wisdom the mind had forgotten. There came a season when a woman from a neighboring village began appearing at the edge of the grove where he sat each morning. She did not approach at first. She only stood among the trees watching, her arms wrapped around a small bundle wrapped in cloth. The other monks noticed her and grew uneasy, but he asked them to let her be. Grief, he said, often needs time before it can speak. On the third morning she came closer, and he saw that the bundle in her arms was a child, no longer living, though she had not yet allowed herself to know this fully. She knelt before him and begged him to give the child medicine, for she had heard that a holy man walked with the Buddha, and that holy men could work wonders beyond the reach of ordinary physicians. He did not correct her there in that first raw moment. He looked at the small, still face in her arms and felt the old ache in his own chest, the one that had never fully closed since his sister's fever so many years before. He recognized this woman, not her face, which he had never seen, but her particular anguish, which he had carried himself down 100 village roads. He told her gently that he could not heal the child himself, but that there might be a way forward, and he asked her to do one thing first. He asked her to go from house to house in her village and bring back a handful of mustard seed, but only from a household that had never known death, a family untouched by the loss of a parent, a child, a husband, a wife. She rose at once, hope restoring some strength to her legs, and set off before he had finished speaking. She returned near evening, and her steps were slower than before. He did not need to ask what she had found. She had gone to many doors. Every house had welcomed her kindly. Every house had mustard seed to give, but every house, without exception, carried its own grief somewhere within its walls. A grandmother who had outlived 3 sons, a young wife who had buried a husband taken by fever, a farmer whose infant daughter had not survived her first winter. The seed was easy to find. The house without sorrow was not. She sat down in the dust of the path, still holding the child, and for a long time she said nothing. He sat beside her, not filling the silence, only staying present within it, the way he had learned to stay present within his own old silences during the long nights beside the dying elder. When she finally spoke, it was not the words of someone comforted. It was the raw, plain grief of someone who had simply run out of the strength to hold death at a distance any longer. She wept as he imagined his own mother might have wept had he stayed to see it. He let her weep without trying to shorten it. There is a kind of company he had come to understand, that asks nothing of grief except to be witnessed honestly. Later, when the worst of it had passed through her like a long storm, finally spending itself, he spoke quietly of what he had seen in his own life. A sister taken by fever in a hot season, an elder monk who had grown thin and frightened in the dark before his passing, and the slow, difficult lesson that had come from both. Every house carries this. No family is spared. The grief that felt like a private punishment was, in truth, the oldest and most common inheritance shared by every living being who had ever loved something that could not stay. He did not tell her that this made the loss smaller. He told her instead that it made her less alone inside it, and that this, in time, could become its own kind of shelter. She asked him what she should do now, and he did not offer her a doctrine. He offered her a task suited to grief that still needed somewhere to go. He asked if she would help prepare the child's body with the customs of her village, and afterward, if she wished, she was welcome to sit with the monks for a time, to eat what little they had, to walk the arms round with them, if her strength allowed, not to forget, but to let her sorrow move rather than harden. She stayed with the Sangha for some weeks after that, at the edges of their daily life, neither monk nor stranger. In time she returned to her village, and those who saw her said she carried her grief differently afterward. Not lighter exactly, wider, as though it had found room to breathe inside her instead of pressing against a single locked door. He thought of her, often in later years, whenever a new sorrow arrived at the edge of his own clearing. He remembered that healing rarely comes from removing pain, but from discovering that one's pain belongs to the same vast family as everyone else's, and that even the most private wound has walked, at some hour, through every house on every road. He never encouraged anyone to worship him. If admiration gathered around him, he redirected it toward practice, toward awareness, toward the simple courage of looking honestly at the heart. He knew too well the temptation to turn another person into an answer. He had once hoped that proximity to greatness would save him from his own confusion. In time he had learned that no teacher, however radiant, could walk in place of another. Guidance mattered, compassion mattered, noble friendship mattered, but each being had to awaken in the intimacy of their own seeing, in the private moment when resistance softened and truth was allowed to be enough. So he kept his life deliberately small. He did not collect followers as proof of worth. He did not embroider his story. If someone praised his wisdom, he spoke of discipline, patience, and the blessings of having met those who showed him the way. If someone accused him unfairly, he answered only what needed answering, and let the rest fall away. He had become simple, not because life had become simple, but because pretense no longer interested him. The old hunger to be recognized had thinned. To be useful was enough. To be present was enough. To greet the morning without bargaining was enough. As the years passed, his face changed. Lines gathered at the eyes and mouth. His pace, though still steady, grew slower. Yet there was a softness in age that suited him. Younger monks sometimes watched him in the early light, as he folded his robe or rinsed his bowl, and they felt the quiet authority of a person fully inhabiting small actions. In a world that admired speed, force, and certainty, he revealed another power entirely, the power of unhurried attention. Nothing in him strained to impress. Nothing in him argued with the hour. Watching him, others understood that peace was not passivity. It was participation without grasping, care without possession, devotion without self-importance. And still he encountered difficulty. There were misunderstandings, losses, periods of fatigue, the natural frailty of a body moving toward its end. Sometimes news came of war or famine in distant places. Sometimes a student turned away from the path and caused harm. Sometimes his own bones ached in the rain. Yet suffering no longer multiplied itself inside him through resentment. Pain was pain, grief was grief, concern was concern. He made room for them as weather passing through a vast sky, because he no longer built a hard center that demanded exemption from human vulnerability. Even sorrow could move through him without closing the heart. Those who spent time near him often left with the strange feeling that nothing extraordinary had happened, and yet something essential had been restored. They had not been dazzled, they had been steadied. In his company, the mind's endless tightening seemed less necessary. The compulsion to become someone else relaxed. A farmer returned to his field with a little more patience. A widow slept with a little less bitterness pressing on her chest. A young monk sat beneath a tree and for the first time watched his thoughts come and go without believing each one. These were quiet transformations, almost invisible, and because they were so quiet, they endured. In this way, his life became a teaching broader than any spoken doctrine. It said that realization need not remove a person from common tasks. It can appear in how a bowl is held, how a question is answered, how another's fear is met without haste. It can appear in the willingness to begin again after failure, to confess confusion without shame, to offer presence instead of performance. It can appear in the freedom to let the day be what it is, bright or dim, easy or demanding, brief and unrepeatable. The monk who had once searched for release in distant understanding now embodied it in nearness, in directness, in the humble continuity of one step after another. And this was why those who met him felt both comforted and called inward. He did not offer escape from being human. He offered a way of being human that was less defended, less thirsty, less divided against itself. Looking at him, they sensed that awakening had not turned him into stone, nor into some unearthly figure untouched by love or pain. It had made him more available, more tender, more transparent to the life moving through him. The self that once struggled to secure itself at every turn had loosened, and in that loosening, compassion moved more freely. So the years unfolded, not toward a final display, but toward increasing quiet. The monk kept walking, morning after morning, season after season. He placed one foot before the other on paths of dust, grass, stone, and fallen leaves. He walked through sunlight and mist, through laughter and lament, through solitude and companionship. He walked not to become complete, but from a completeness that did not depend on possession. The road no longer promised to make him whole. It simply offered itself as the place where wholeness could be lived. And perhaps this is the gentlest understanding his story leaves behind. The great turning of a life may reveal itself, not in departure from the world, but in a more merciful way of remaining. Not in the end of changing circumstances, but in the end of war against them. Not in becoming other than human, but in becoming fully honest about what this human life is, fleeting, vulnerable, luminous, and shared. As his outer story settles into this quiet rhythm of continued walking, teaching, listening, and serving, everything grows softer at the edges. The movement of years becomes less important than the quality of awareness within them. The path narrows into the present moment, gentle and sufficient, end in a deep, peaceful stillness, where the monk's long inward journey becomes an invitation for the listener to release striving and rest in compassionate awareness.